Hobo drooling, lol. It's true, I'm a girl gamer. Who knew? Hold on 1 sec. Unfortunately, there's no way to make it so that when I'm tabbed out... there's no way to keep the audio playing when I'm tabbed out, but whatever. Okay, shall we start? How's your day going so far, Hobo? How are you, Fish? Fish. It's okay. Good. Okay is good. Staying in bed like a good gamer girl? Okay. Get you some Tums. Alright, I think, before I even pick a class, I think a class is the last thing I'm gonna pick. It'll make sense why in a bit. I'm just gonna go with, I'm gonna go with the pendant. I'll explain why for that in a bit as well. Actually, I'll just, this is Switch version? No, this is PC. It's just remastered. I could talk for a bit about the pendant, but basically why I'm choosing it is, so every item here you can get at some point throughout the game, including the pendant, but the pendant is like the hardest one to get, the least likely for you to get, I think. And it's also the only item here that does absolutely nothing. But for somebody who is looking at the game's lore and stuff, it's a nice thing to have. Basically, there was for a very long time, a lot of people, in fact most of the game's community, thought that the pendant had some secret function that we had to discover. Some people thought you had to use it in a certain way, some people thought you had to have it on your person in a specific area, or when talking to a certain NPC. Some people thought that you had to play the game several times before it actually did anything. Everyone knows if you want graphics like this, you gotta get a Switch. Play Animal Crossing New Horizons now. And then there was an interview with Miyazaki, Hidetaka Miyazaki, who's the director of Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3, and Bloodborne and Sekiro. He's the visionary behind the series, and many of the games that FromSoft has made. And there was an interview with him, and he basically said... So he said a couple things. First, he said, I think that... well, okay, so there was one interview, which was originally what made people start speculating like crazy into what the pendant was, where he said that he believes that anyone starting the game for the first time should pick either nothing or the pendant as their starting gift. And he didn't elaborate on that, that's all he said. In a later interview, after the whole thing blew up and people had been searching for answers for a long time, he basically said, yeah, so the pendant was kind of my idea of a prank. I wanted to put something in the game that people would think was really important, but was actually nothing. But he also said that the reason he likes having it, whenever he plays Dark Souls, he picks the pendant as his starting gift, and the reason he does is because of what he feels like it represents, like what it means. What an evil man, yeah. Miyazaki's a troll. But, basically, he feels like it represents wanderlust and curiosity in the pursuit of knowledge, and so he likes to have it on his character whenever he plays this game, and that's why I'm gonna pick it. So there you go. We'll read up the description and stuff when I hop into the game. I'm gonna talk a little bit about these different preset faces. We're just gonna go with Commoner, because whatever. But, some of these have a little bit of info on them. Yes, he did also direct Hollow Knight Jr. Hi, Matt. If he was evil, he wouldn't have made Kiki's delivery service. True. Different Miyazaki, by the way. Some people don't realize that. But just to clarify, that is a different Miyazaki. Okay, so Commoner doesn't really have any info there. Delta Farmer, commonly seen face in the 5-finger delta. So what's interesting to me is that the delta is never referenced ever again throughout the entire series. This is the only place we ever hear about it. And it has its own name too, it's the 5-finger delta. It's kind of weird. The only other thing I can think of that references 5 fingers is fucking, that one covenant in Dark Souls 3. The, like, Fingers of Rosaria, or whatever. You got, like, Yellow Finger and you know, all that stuff. Now, the Delta's canon. It's right there, but it's just never mentioned ever again. If you watch closely, you can see Dark Soul in the background in Castle in the Sky. Dark Soul himself. Astora Noble. Handsome face of the refined, common in Astora. All that tells us really is that Astora... So these are all places that we're going to be learning about later. But Astora, which is one of the regions that's that pops up a lot in Dark Souls. Is home to a lot of nobility. That's pretty much all we get from that. Dragon Scholar. Intelligent, sharp lines, but scholarly looks invite insult. So, all we can gather from that is that pursuit of higher knowledge is not necessarily looked highly upon in this universe. Yeah, he's related to Dark Vader. We're getting ahead of ourselves, Matt. That's a big lore spoiler. It doesn't say here, but Dragon Scholars are typically from Vinheim. The Vinheim Dragon School in particular. But we'll talk about that later. Thorolind Cleric. Look common in Thorolind, known for its stalwart clerics. So, there you go, that's pretty self-explanatory. Thorolind is a very religious area, very religious region. Although, we'll learn more about Thorolind that maybe makes it not seem as stalwart. Why is Dan on screen? He's the protagonist of this game. Dark Vader kissed Zote in the mines of Moria to create the first Dark Soul. That's true. Okay. Jubilant Katarina. Jovial features of Katarina, known for festivity and drink. Also pretty straightforward, self-explanatory. Why is Dan black now? Because he's the protagonist of this video game, Matt. So Katarina is a place just known for silly folks who like partying and drinking. Dubious Kareem. Ominous features associated with the Earl of Kareem. So, I think it's interesting that this description in particular... So, we'll learn over time that Kareem, at least in Dark Souls 1, kind of has this fucked up picture painted of it. Like, Kareem seems to be a place that has a lot of shitty individuals. Yeah, this is Dan's true form. Like, if there was an evil region, it would be Kareem. In Dark Souls 3, we get kind of a different picture of Kareem. It's still got some shady individuals, but they actually do some pretty upstanding shit. What I find interesting about this description in particular is that it says the ominous features are not associated with Kareem itself. They're associated with specifically with the Earl of Kareem, who we're also going to learn about through some other item description. So I think it's interesting that even though Kareem seems like this really fucked up place throughout Dark Souls 1, the only thing in writing is that the Earl is fucked up. It never says that Kareem is fucked up. And in Dark Souls 3, we learn that Kareem is actually, like, relatively normal. And I think people had a really, like, skewed view of it because of the characters in Dark Souls 1. That, or they just changed their mind. Decided to make it more normal. I am going to be referencing a lot of stuff in Dark Souls 3 throughout this playthrough, but some things I'm going to try to look at. Well, anything that's relevant to Dark Souls 3, I'm going to try to look at it from the lens of someone who has played through all of Dark Souls 3 and its DLCs, and also from the lens of the community before Dark Souls 3 even existed. Because it does change a lot of stuff. Classic Xena. Thoughtful, mature face, common in historical Xena. Xena doesn't come up much throughout Dark Souls. In fact, I don't think it's really brought up at all after Dark Souls 1, if I'm not mistaken. It might be mentioned in Dark Souls 2, but I don't think it is. Basically, it's a merchant republic, is what we can gather. There's not too much that's notable about it. It was just a big trade center. A lot of merchants come from Xena. I think we meet one character in this game who is from Xena, and that's it. But yeah. Eerie Great Swamp. Great Swamp heretics face prejudice for their atypical looks. I don't know why it says they're atypical looks. I think it's probably just to make it make sense here. That's not why. If you consider everything else in Dark Souls. So the Great Swamp is where pyromancers come from. You'll see in a minute. This is why I left class for the last thing we do, because some of the classes actually line up with regions. Why he blinking so much? Because Dan is the protagonist of this game, Matt. How many times do I have to say it? I don't know why it says they're atypical looks here. It's kind of weird. So, anyway. Great Swamp, people from the Great Swamp have to deal with prejudice because they're pyromancers, and we'll learn more about that as we go. It's not because of how they look. At least according to everything else in the series. Far East Traveler. Based from a distant eastern land of almond eyes and thin lips. Racist. Not much to talk about here, except that it is canon that there's some place to the far east. If we think of, like, Lorethrough, which is the area that Dark Souls 1 takes place in, we'll be learning all about, we try to think of it as this kind of central location on this grander map. To the east would be this kind of mysterious land that doesn't really have a name. We're gonna meet, I think, 2 characters from the east. One for sure. I think 2 of them are from the east, though. And it's never really talked about ever again, but it exists. It's there. It's kind of like the Delta. But there are at least some characters from the east. We've only played the prequel to Dark Souls, Hollow Knight. True. Okay, we're just gonna go with Commoner. Delta Gang. And there's plenty of haircuts we could go with. Usually I like to either go with just shaved, ponytail, or semi-long. I think are some of the better looking ones. I'm kind of thinking of going with receding, though, because it's the only one that specifically says that it shows age. I kind of want this character to be some old crotchety dude, just like learning about shit. True, there are no cardinal directions in the universe of Dark Souls. It's 2-dimensional. 1-dimensional. Okay, I know class. So I'm probably going to go with Wanderer. Just because I think it fits the context well. Also, I like the scimitar and I like this armor a lot. But the same canon as Cuphead, yep. Matt, do you want me to be from the Delta? Do you want me to be a Delta farmer? We'll be a Delta farmer. Finally, there will be Delta lore. A warrior. Okay, pretty straightforward. Knight. Low-ranking knight. We're gonna see another armor set later that is from Astora, and this armor set looks like a lower quality version of that armor set, which makes me believe that knights are intended to be from Astora. which doesn't tell us much, but the one interesting thing is that there are low... assuming that's true, this means that there are low-ranking knights in Astora. Like, there is a hierarchy. Which sounds kind of, like, obvious, but... Astora is, like... I don't know. It's a weird image that, that we kind of have of Astora. It seems like this place that only has nobility. But that wouldn't make much sense. I don't know, it's weird. Anyway. Yeah, I like this theme a lot. You never see people pick Wander? It's like my favorite class to go. I mean, I'm gonna end up building my character over time just to use a wide variety of stuff so we can try out different things, but at least in terms of starting weapon and armor, I like the Wanderer the most. Yep, moves one space any direction or moves in an L. Wanderer can only move microspaces. He can only move a quarter of a space at a time. He's the worst piece in the game. Thief. I actually find this to be maybe the most interesting class description because, so there's 3 lines, right? One of the lines, the last line is just a given fact. And the other 2 lines, one of them is like weird and speculative and doesn't make much sense, and the other one is just flat out wrong. So I find that kind of funny. So he has a Master Key, that's true. One of the starting gifts is the Master Key. If you play the Thief, you automatically have the Master Key, so you can take a different starting gift, assuming you want the Master Key. What the Master Key does is it lets you unlock a select group of locked doors throughout the game. I think there's like 7 or 8 of them the Master Key unlocks. And it lets you unlock them without having to actually find the key for those doors. It's great. Honestly, it's my favorite starting item because it opens up the game like crazy at the beginning. It makes it so that there are tons of different pathways you can go. But I'm not going to be taking it here because I'm going to be trying to go as linearly as possible. Get Master Sword, I will. Hey, Frog. Guilt-ridden thief? That's a weird line to me. I don't know why they decided this thief was guilt-ridden. I don't know, that doesn't really mean anything to me. Like, that's just a weird line to include. We don't even know where this dude is from. And then high critical hits has to do with the weapon and maybe your dexterity? It mostly has to do with the weapon, if not entirely. So that's just not true. Like, the Thief class doesn't have higher crits. Every class has the same crit chance. It depends on your weapon. So I don't know. Yeah, Yoshi's Island is the 2D Dark Souls. Beat Dark Souls with a knight only moving in L's. That'd be... How would you even do that? It'd be hard to, like, measure and do accurately. Okay, Bandit. Savage Bandit. High strength, wields heavy battle axe. Not much to see here. I'm interested to read... I know where this armor set can be found. I'm not going to get to it until a little bit later in the playthrough, but when I do get to it, we'll read on it. We'll read the description and stuff, because I don't remember if there's more to this dude. And by dude, I mean archetype. A bow-wielding hunter. Okay, close range, but weak to magic. Not much to see here. Sorcerer of Vinheim Dragon School. Casts soul sorcery. So this class is specifically from Vinheim, which tells me that or maybe Miyazaki intended for all sorcerers in the Dark Souls universe to come from this one school, which would make sense, and it makes sense for reasons that we'll understand way later on. But yeah, basically sorcery isn't just something you find all around the place. It's specifically from this one school. You're a ripoff of Skyrim, Matt. Pyromancer, Swamp Pyromancer, casts fire spells and wields a hand axe. So yeah, there you go. Pyromancers come from the swamp, the Great Swamp. That's about all we get here. Cleric on pilgrimage, wields a mace and casts healing miracles. Clerics are implied to always come from Thorland, but I don't know if there's any solid proof of that. Can't think of any off the top of my head. It's just there are no as far as I'm aware, there are no instances of clerics who didn't come from Thorland, at least in Dark Souls 1. Why sorcerers come from Dragon School, but pyromancers come from a place known for water. It's a place known for nature, alright? And being gross. Speaking of being gross, Unclothed Enigma. Only armed with club and old plank shield. This is easily the best class in the game. And truly an enigma. We're gonna pick Wanderer. So there you go. I'm gonna shut up for this.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire, and with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark side.
Alright. I'll let this little cutscene play out. There's not much that happens
Yes,
here.
indeed.
Okay.
The dark sign brands the undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north. Where they are locked away to await the end of the world.
Oh, look, that's me.
This is your fate.
I am in jail. But my pal's here to with my release bond. There he is. Northern Undead Asylum. And what did he drop for us? A dungeon cell key. So real quick, I think it's kind of weird that... I think it's just because of a... Okay, wait. Let me organize my thoughts here. I think it's weird that this character, who comes in, looks at us from the roof, and gives us the key, decided to put the key on a corpse and then drop the corpse in, instead of just dropping the key in. I think the reason for that is a gameplay reason. I think they wanted the first item you pick up to be on a corpse, because most of the items you pick up in this game are on corpses. So basically, it's to show you, like, oh, if you see a shiny thing on a corpse, that's an item you can pick up. I think that's all it is. Hi, Ori. Bravery. Wow. Cool. I am playing online, but I'm going to be playing in hollow form, not human form, for most of the playthrough, because I don't want to deal with other players directly, but I do want to see player messages. I think it's just a cool part of the experience. Good morning for real? Hell yeah. Hollow, yes. We'll get there when we get there, hobo. So let me give a quick recap of that intro here, because it's easy for that stuff to just fly right past you. So, a long time ago, like an unfathomably long time ago, was the Age of Ancients, I think it's called, where dragons were the predominant species, but also everything was kind of alive and kind of not. It's a weird concept, and I still don't totally understand it myself. I don't think anyone really does. I don't even think Miyazaki understands it. But yeah, I am the Hollow Knight. It's true. But anyway, so you've got this world that doesn't have fire, it doesn't have light, it doesn't have dark. It's just, maybe not literally, but the best way to think of it is that it was essentially a grayscale world. Hi, Weeb. Where nothing was quite dead and nothing was quite alive. And dragons were, like I said, the predominant quote-unquote species. Although, again, it's kind of hard to define what a species even is when everything is kind of alive and not alive. Sounds like England. Hell yeah. I will hydrate. Yeah, let me get my cam to confirm the hydration is happening. This is water. I know it's a coffee mug. Alright. Yeah, swing! Keep the cam? Eh. So yeah, Age of the Ancients. Like I said, an unfathomably long time ago. And then, and this is the part of the intro that I like the least. It says, and then fire happened. It does not explain how or why or when. It just says, and then fire. And I still think, even with all the information and additional lore that we get from the other Souls games, I still think there's really no explanation. It's just, then fire happened, I guess. So with fire came disparity. So fire made it so that this, like, monotone, grayscale world was suddenly not that. It suddenly had, you know, I can't think of a better word to use besides disparity, but, you know, now you have light and dark. It's not just everything is the same. Now you have life and death. Not everything is kind of alive and kind of dead. Everything is either alive or dead. Well, not everything, but suddenly you see things that are definitively alive or dead. From the dark they came, so from the darkness came the pygmies, is the part of that sentence that's missing. We don't really learn about the pygmies that much until Dark Souls 3. And like I said, we're gonna try to look at Dark Souls 1 lore both within the context of Dark Souls 3 and outside of Dark Souls 3. Basically, if you want to include the lore that we get from Dark Souls 3, then yeah, it was the pygmies. And the pygmies had, like, their own cultures, this whole society, maybe ancestors of humans. Kind of hard to say. If you're looking at it from Dark Souls 1, without considering Dark Souls 3, which I think is an okay way to look at it, it's fine. Then pygmies might just be another word for early humans. Pygmies might have been the ancestors of humans. It's kind of unclear. But yeah, I like to just say that they were the ancestors of humans. And they're very human-like. Okay. Then it introduces 4 big players in the story. And who they represent. So you got Nito, the first of the dead. So he got these... if we try to think of the game as having 4 major souls, Nito is Nito. Hi, Waffle. Because there is such a thing as the Dark Soul in this game, in this series. Like the beginning said, with disparity came life and death, light and dark. So there's... we can think of it as there being 4 major souls. There can be... yeah, the Shade Soul. There can be a Dark Soul, a Soul of Dark, a Soul of Light, a Soul of Death, and a Soul of Life. We can kind of assign those to the 4 major players. So there's Nito, who got one of those major souls, and he presumably got the Soul of Death, if we're thinking of it that way. It's never explicitly said that that's the soul he has. It's just he has one of the major souls. It's never even explicitly said that there is a Soul of Death. But that's kind of what we can assume. That is speculation, though. So Nito, first of the dead. This can be interpreted 2 ways. Either he is the first person who ever died, Or it just means he's the leader of the dead. He's like the ruler of the dead. I think either is fine. Doesn't really change much about him as a character. I think it's cool to think of him as the first person who ever died, and I think it also kind of makes sense, considering before the Lord Souls were discovered, the Great Souls, definitive death wasn't really a thing. So you could say, like, they found these Lord Souls, Nito was the one who found the Soul of Death, and it made him the first person to ever really die. I think that's kind of a cool thought. Again, there's no evidence to say specifically that happened. Yeah, it's a Hollow Knight ripoff. So, good game, but just go play Hollow Knight. Honestly, fuck this game. Then you have the Witch of Izalith and her 7 daughters, I think. I think it's 7. She got the soul... We can say that she got the Lord Soul of Life. And again, this is more about just, like, theming. It's not that they specifically got... It's not that she specifically got a Lord Soul that was all about life. It's just, she got one of the Lord Souls. And she happens to represent life of the 4 characters. She represents life, Nito represents death. We're gonna learn a lot more about her. And for those who kind of know the story and lore of this game beforehand, some cool speculation that's been made is that the scene that we see of the Witch of Izalith and her daughters, that could actually be a depiction of the ritual where they made the Chaos Flame. Anyway, disregard what I just said. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, we'll get to that. Don't worry. It's just a cool side note. Then you have Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, the Lord of Light. And he's got these faithful knights who are called the Silver Knights. We'll learn more about them and more about Gwyn's other followers as we go through the game. But main thing you need to know about Gwyn is that he's the big kahuna. He's like... He's the... Of the major players, he's the majorist player. He, supposedly kind of led that, I guess what you could call a revolution. The war against the dragons. He is the king of Lordran. He's kind of the lord of all lords. Which is a weird thought, because we'll learn later on that Gwyn definitely had a mom and definitely had an uncle, and probably had a dad, because he definitely had those 2 things. So he has a family outside of, you know, his descendants. But he's also considered, like, the god of all gods. It's kind of weird. Anyway. He does wear pants, it's true. Whoa, mama. Aruga. And then the last one is the Furtive Pygmy, who got, presumably, the Dark Soul. He represents Dark, for sure. Furtive, if you don't know, basically means secretive. Kind of like someone who's furtive tries to avoid attention. Usually because they have something that they're afraid, if discovered, could be dangerous or something. So this pygmy, this ancestor of humans, who came from the dark, discovered the Lord Soul of Dark, discovered the Dark Soul, and hid it away from the rest of the world. And everyone kind of forgot he existed. And that about covers it. The last bit that we learn is that there's this undead curse that some humans have and some humans don't have. It's... you know you have it if you have the dark sign. And, undead are very much looked down upon. They're thought to be lower beings. And in this universe, it doesn't really say who, but somebody is gathering up and corralling these undead to asylums, to prisons, in the north. You'll notice the area we're in is called the Northern Undead Asylum, which I think is kind of interesting, because to me that implies that there are undead asylums that aren't in the north, but it only ever says that they are in the north. So I don't know. Kind of weird, but anyway. That's what happened to us, and that's what happens to most undead. They get brought to these asylums and put behind bars and left to rot for the rest of time. Time to hydrate. Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. There you go. Hydration accomplished. Yep, so easily forgotten. Everybody forgets about the pygmy. I think that about covers everything in the intro. Oh, we're just named Chongo. Just figured I'd make it easy. We went Chongo, Delta Farmer, because why not? Wanderer class, obviously. And I took the pendant as my starting gift, which we'll read now. No effect. A simple pendant with no effect. Even so, pleasant memories are crucial to survival on arduous journeys. I'm not going to go through the whole explanation about why I picked it again, but long story short, I picked it for the same reason that Miyazaki likes to pick it when he plays the game. Alright, here we go. Poor boys. One of those dudes seems motionless. Maybe he finally... I don't know. He's like rotted away, but undead can't really die. They just die and then come back to life. A little bit crazier. A little bit less sane. That dude's really out of it. You're stomping around. That is one of the asylum gatekeepers, essentially. We'll learn eventually that... So that's a demon. We're gonna learn way more about demons way down the line. They are not your stereotypical what's thought of to be a demon. Just try not to have any preconceptions of what a demon is. But basically, some demons were sent out to keep the undead in these asylums. Got some cake, hell yeah. Now, using the claw grip. Yes. Kinda have to with Dark Souls. You guys want to see how I'm holding the controller? Here. This is how I hold the controller. By the way, there you go. Like that. Index finger on the circle button to run, and then I put my thumb on the stick. It's weird, but I'm so used to it now, because I've been playing this game for years, and other games that benefit from that grip. That, like, whatever. It feels normal to me. That's the wrong thing. There we go. You just hold it normally? I mean, you can. But that makes you a lot more dexterous in this game, to hold it that way. A weird particle effect going on in his eyes. These are developer messages left around. They're just there to tell you controls and stuff. And lock on. Look at this silly little dude. Just taking a dip. Flashing around, having some fun. Wrong button. I don't make dex builds. We're gonna go quality. Just strength and dex. I'm gonna basically try to use as many things available to us as possible this playthrough. Alright, so now we're in like the main courtyard of the asylum. You can actually see through that little window there. You can see one of the asylum demons standing on the roof. That's kind of cool. He's getting a little sneak peek. This is locked. Can't open it from this side. And we get our first bonfire. But you'll notice the kindling is made from bones. From human bones. It's good aspiration, Rock. Alright. There he is on the roof. The roofski. There's a big old hammer. Coming. Where is he? Come on. There he is. Alright. You can kill him there, but we'll be coming back to that. If you kill him there and you don't kill him later, your prize is you get his hammer. Better to get our equipment first, though. Oh look, it's another player. Get your shield. Wrong button. I'm so used to playing so much Sea of Thieves, I keep thinking interact as X. Got a shield. Probably won't be using much. Fine. Scimitar. This is called a fog wall or a fog gate. I don't think there's any real lore significance behind the fog gates. They're just kind of there as a gameplay element. Over there we can see a boy sitting on some rubble. Weather anomalies. It's an item we can't reach yet. Something we'll want to keep in mind. Papanada. Here's a little trick. A little prank. Before I go in there, real quick, I'm gonna open up this gate. I can do that now. Alright. There he is. So, in case you don't realize it, this is the same dude that gave us the key to leave our cell. And it looks like he was smashed through the ceiling by the demon that was hanging up on the roof. That's what it looks like. Let's talk to him.
Oh, you. You're no hollow. Thank goodness. I'm done for, I'm afraid. I'll die soon, then lose my sanity. I wish to ask something of you. You and I, we're both undead. Hear me out, will you?
It's him, the Hollow Knight.
Regrettably, I have failed in my mission, but perhaps you can keep the torch lit. There is an old saying in my family, "Thou who art undead art chosen," and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know. Well,
It's a
now
good
you know,
saying to have in your family.
and I can die with hope in my heart. Oh, one more thing. Here, take this. An Estus flask, an undead favorite.
My family likes to say a haha banana.
Oh, and this.
Undead Asylum, floor 2, East Key.
Now I must bid farewell. I would hate to harm you after death. So go now, and thank you.
What's this? So, what can I say about that? This is Oscar. He's from Astora. He's a noble from Astora. You can see he's like a knight. Well, he's a knight. I guess he's not necessarily nobility, but he's a high-ranking knight. He came to this asylum, I guess, on his way to Lorethrough, which we'll learn about more, a place we'll learn about more later. And he says there's a saying in his family. I think it's more like a prophecy that is passed around a lot that happened to reach his family amongst many others. But basically, he says there's an undead who is chosen. There's a chosen undead who is supposed to make pilgrimage to Lorethrough, which is the land of the gods, and ring the first bell of awakening. And when you ring the bell of awakening, you'll know what to do. That's it. Big family. My family likes to say, "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" It's a good saying. Bobo's only family is Donkey Kong. That's why it was so devastating when Donkey Kong was tragically killed in that car accident. Anything else to talk about here? What did he give us? He gave us... wrong thing. He gave us a key. I never read the dungeon cell key, which is the first key he gave us. Key to the dungeon of the Undead Asylum to the north. A mysterious knight, without saying a word, shoved a corpse down into the cell, and on its person was this key. Who was this knight, and what was his purpose? There may be no answers, but one must still forge ahead. Well, we now have those answers, so cool. Undead Asylum, floor 2, east key. Key to the iron bars on the east side of the second floor of the North Undead Asylum. The Undead Asylum is a giant undead prison, segmented by countless iron bars. Even if an undead were to escape from a cell, passage to the outside world would not be gained easily. Alright. And the other thing he gave us is the Estus Flask. Santa. The undead treasure these dull... the undead treasure these dull green flasks. Fill with Estus at bonfire, fills HP. Okay. The Estus flasks are linked to the Fire Keepers. The Dark Tales also make reference. As an emerald flask from the Keeper's soul, she lives to protect the flame and dies to protect it further. So we're going to learn more about Fire Keepers, or these women that have a very specific role. We're going to learn more about them later. And Estus flasks are linked to bonfires and Fire Keepers. And also, presumably they taste like shit, but to undead they're like delicious. But yeah, that's your healing item. I want to see what that message says over there. And Oscar is dead. You can actually get a peek of him dying. Goodbye, Oscar. Be wary of safe zone. Wow. Very cool. Go ahead and two-hand this. Okay, let's see if my parry timing sucks. It's time to find out. No, I got it. I still got it. Wrong button. Fuck. Sea of Thieves, please. Hollow Soldier Helm. This game is too violent. Not allowed to play it. It's locked. Can't enter that door yet. What do I get? I get a helmet. I should read the wonder stuff as well. Helm worn by hollow soldiers. It may be old and battered, but its iron construction makes it quite sturdy. It's wise to wear a sturdy form of head protection against arrows and other physical threats. Amazing. Not much to be gathered there, except that these soldiers are indeed hollow. We'll learn what hollow means as we go. Very cool scenery. You still can't parry? If it makes you feel any better, Waffle, I have like 530 or so hours in this game, and it is the only Dark Souls game that I can consistently parry stuff in. Let me read the Wanderer stuff. Coat of an aimless traveler made from sturdy leather and quilting. Battle comes with the territory when one wanders the land, and this coat provides a certain degree of protection. Imagine that's... Most of them say, made from sturdy leather, offers protection versus wind and rain. Made from sturdy leather, protects the hands. Made from sturdy leather, a must-have for long journeys. Okay. Scimitar? Curved sword, attack type slash. Small curved sword, each hit inflicts little damage, but fluid chain attacks are deadly. Scimitar's sharp slashing attacks are effective against cloth and flesh, but not against metal armor or tough scales. Leather shield. Round leather covered shield, standard widely used shield. Small shields are always less stable, but landing critical hits after parry is easier. Not exactly true with this game. That is true in later Dark Souls games. The plunging attack. Alright. There he is. Cut it out. Don't do that. Stop flying around. Big Pilgrim's Key and Humanity, which I find strange. Okay, what do we got here? Big Pilgrim's Key. Key to the inner door of the Undead Asylum main hall. Big key belonging to a chosen undead pilgrim. But this chosen undead knows not what this pilgrimage has in store. So the player character in Dark Souls 1 is known as the chosen undead. Humanity. Rare, tiny black sprite found on corpses. Used to gain 1 humanity and restore a large amount of HP. It's actually a full heal. This black sprite is called Humanity, but little is known about its true nature. If the soul is the source of all life, then what distinguishes the humanity we hold within ourselves? Don't really have any comment there. Bit of a confusing description. I fucked him up, Hobo. He's dead now. Forever. Good job. Go straight ahead. Need bravery. The bird's nest. You'll notice that I'm going to do this a lot throughout this playthrough. Pretty much every location, at some point, I'm going to be stopping and just slowly walking around and looking at everything. Partially because sometimes you get... you can actually see stuff in the background that actually has some important, like, lore implications or something. One of the really cool things about this game is that you can always look back at other areas and be able to see previous areas you've been to or areas that you will visit in the future. And you'll actually be able to see, like, the spatial relationship between areas. But also, I just really enjoy looking around in this game. I love just taking in the ambient sound and the views. You can only get these visuals on the Switch, it's true. Soul of a lost undead. Soul of a lost undead who has long ago gone hollow. Used to acquire souls. Souls are the source of all life, and whether undead or even hollow, one continues to seek them. So it seems that undead kind of naturally just seek out souls. It's just like, you know, I play video games. Hobo dies a lot. And undead seek out souls. It's just the natural way of the world.
Only in the ancient legends it is stated that one day an undead shall be chosen.
Bird.
To leave the undead asylum in pilgrimage to the land of the ancient lords. Lorethrough.
You can in Dark Souls 2, Hobo. Alright, we made it to Lorethrough. In Lorethrough, level up and kindle at bonfires. Firelink Shrine. Alright. That's where we are. This area is called Firelink Shrine. And there's the bird that carried us. He just kind of hangs out. So we've got this bonfire and this kind of almost feels like an amphitheater to me. Like a little ritualistic spot in a way that this bonfire is planted right in the middle of. Oh, you hear that bell? Remember that bell of awakening we were talking about? You can actually hear other players ringing the bell. There's a really cool detail. Alright, who's this fella?
Well, what do we have here? You must be a new arrival. Let me guess. Fate of the undead, right? Well, you're not the first. But there's no salvation here. You'd have done better to rot in the undead asylum. But too late now. Well, since you're here, let me help you out. There are, actually, 2 bells of awakening. One's up above in the undead church. The other is far, far below, in the ruins at the base of Blight Town. Ring them both, and something happened. Brilliant, right? Not much to go on. but I have a feeling that won't stop you. So, off you go. It is why you came, isn't it? To this accursed land of the undead?
Okay, so there's 2 bells of awakening, not just one. There's one way up top, at the Undead Church, and there's one way down below. Below Blight Town, as he described it. Yeah, Blight Town is an area. That's cool. So this dude is just kind of colloquially known as the Crestfallen Warrior. Or a lot of people just call him Crestfallen. They're like, hey, what's up, Crestfallen? Or the Crestfallen Knight, or whatever you want to call him. Kill him? No, wait. No, we gotta see his story play out. I think a lot... obviously, he's a very cynical guy. I think he's here for a few reasons. One gameplay, one kind of lore, and one is just kind of like the developers poking fun. So, the gameplay reason is he's... You know, it's pretty obviously he's like the closest thing you've got to a helper character, a tutorial character, sorta. He gives you some direction on what to do, even if it's pretty minor. His second function is kind of to show, I think, what happens to most undead. He is undead, and we'll learn. We'll see what happens to him as the game moves forward. But I think it's interesting to note that, as we're going to see with a lot of characters who are undead often like to just pick one spot and be there forever. They like to keep to themselves. They like to hide away from the world. They just kind of sit still and do nothing. They get fat and ugly, yep. Also, this dude is really fucking hard to kill, by the way. At least early game. He can parry you. Parrying him has some pretty difficult timings, and he does a lot of damage for early game. He has a lot of health, too. Anyway. The third reason I think he's here is because he's kind of a voice for the developers to just kind of poke fun at the reality of video games. He had some lines about like, yep, that's all you get. There's a couple of bells and you gotta go ring them and something happens, I don't know what. It's not much to go on, but you're gonna do it anyway because that's what you do. I think that's just kind of the developers saying like, haha, video games are weird. Teehee. MS Paint request, Sans as Zote. Okay. So I've got a couple MS Paint requests under the belt right now. We'll get to them, don't worry. Got 3 humanity here. Interesting that one corpse, one being, can have multiple humanity on them. Tickets are piling up. It's just 2 right now, don't worry. We'll get to them. I was actually planning on doing one of them, either before or after this stream. Obviously I didn't do it before, so probably whenever I'm done playing this game, assuming I have the energy, I'll do that first one. Gum. Fire bombs. Look. A man. Oh yeah, and you can gesture. Your gestures in this game. Amazing. This dude has what is objectively the best gesture in the game. We're gonna talk to him. He seems to be a cleric, based on his clothing. And he's got a really shitty haircut.
Hello there. I believe we are not acquainted. I am Petrus of Thoroland. Have you business with us? If not, I'd prefer to keep a distance, if possible.
Alright, so he's from Thorland. His name's Petrus. Clearly a cleric. Clerics come from Thorland. He's dressed up as a cleric. Petrus of shut the fuck up, bitch? Hell yeah. And he wants to keep a distance from us. I'm not sure if he says that line if you're in human form. I think he does. But if he doesn't, that's really interesting. There is evidence to suggest that Petrus is undead, in that he'll drink from Estus if you're fighting him. You will drink Estus. But it's hard to say, regardless, it's hard to say if when he asks you to keep your distance, if it's because you're undead, if it's because you seem to be hollowing, or if it's because he just thinks of you as a lower person because you're not some religious cleric dude. Is everyone dead in this game now? Might be humanity-based, really. I'd be interested to look that up. It's probably somewhere on the wiki.
Hello there. I realize that I have requested that we retain distance, but I also want you to know that it is not meant in ill will. Here, take this as a token of peace. No, go ahead. It's for you.
Thanks for Penny. I'll explain what just happened in the middle of that dialogue in a bit. That weird explosion and the particle effect on my face. Actually, I'll just explain it now. There's a mechanic called kindling, where basically you can upgrade bonfires to give you more Estus when you rest at them. If you're playing online, which I am, and another player kindles a bonfire that you are really close to, there's a chance that it'll just randomly give you an extra Estus. That's what that was. Now you'll see I have 11 Estus now instead of 10. I got 10 from resting at the Firekeep Shrine bonfire, and now I have 11 because I randomly got one from another player. Alright, what did he give us? He gave us a copper coin. Copper coin of Old Man McLoif. Old Man McLoif! Coin made of copper. Its face shows Old Man McLoif, god of medicine and drink. Even coins of great value in the world of men have little value in Lorethrough, where the accepted currency is souls. Those who dream of returning to the outside world are fond of carrying these around. So Petrus doesn't like being here. He doesn't want to be here. He wants to leave. He wants nothing to do with the undead. He wants nothing to do with the gods. He wants nothing to do with Lorethrough. That's what we get from them. Did I get anything else recently? I guess the fire bombs, right? Disc urn filled with black powder. Explodes, inflicting fire damage. Relatively powerful ranged weapon, especially in situations calling for fire damage. Very precious item at low levels. Many warriors use these to augment their strategic repertoire. Okay, no lore there, just cool item. Very useful item.
Oh my. You again?
Again?
Oh, I know. How about this? I have to await my companions here anyway. So what if I were to teach you some miracles? Would that please you?
Yeah.
Very well. Then first, a covenant with the gods.
Join covenant. We gotta make a covenant with the gods. Covenant established.
Now let me share my miracles. Only their ultimate effectiveness will be determined by your efforts and your faith.
Alright, first and foremost, learn gesture. Shrug. Best gesture in the game. You were wrong about the humanity thing? I hadn't heard of it before. I think he has the same dialogue no matter what. I just think I thought it would be interesting if he says something different if you're in human form. I don't think he does, though. So what does he sell? He sells miracles, and he sells talisman. So we'll read these. Great Heal Excerpt. Great Miracle cast by advanced clerics. Restores high HP. Great Heal Excerpt borrows from only several verses of Great Heal. As a result, it can only be cast a stark few times. Amazing. Heal. Elementary Miracle cast by clerics. Restores health. To cast a miracle, the caster learns a tale of the gods and says a prayer to be blessed by its revelations. Heal is the shortest of such miraculous tales. So when you're casting a miracle, you're literally reciting, like, a story, basically. A fable or something. Seek guidance. Miracle of clerics on an undead mission. Display more guidance from other worlds. Guidance facilitates communication between undead, but their value varies greatly. A balance of faith and wisdom is required. So, I don't know why it says that, because this clearly only requires faith. It requires 12 faith and 0 intelligence. But anyway, what Seek Guidance does, it's kind of weird, but Seek Guidance, when you use it, literally just reveals other... I think it increases the number of player messages that you see on the ground, but mainly what it does is it shows you other developer messages that are otherwise hidden. And there's only a handful of those throughout the whole game. I am going to buy it later on, so that we can see those messages, but I'm not going to buy it right now. Who needs Shrug when you have no item equipped and press X anyway? I will admit, that is maybe the best gesture in the game. But Shrug is really fucking good. Force. Common miracle amongst cleric knights. Great shockwave. Hi, Ian. Can I send you a cool text message? Sure. This quickly acting miracle inflicts no damage, but propels foes back and defends against arrows. That I didn't know, actually. Cleric knights use this miracle when charging into enemy mobs. Force is really popular in PvP, invasion PvP specifically, for knocking people off cliffs and stuff. It's actually pretty fun. Homeward. Great miracle cast by advanced clerics. Return to last bonfire rested at. Would normally link to one's homeland, only the curse of the undead has distorted its power, redirecting casters to a bonfire. Or perhaps for undead, this serves as home. That's a cool description. It doesn't mean a whole lot, but it's interesting that undead seem to kind of forget their home and instead think of the bonfire as home. Okay, and then we got Ian's hacking me. Oh my god. Oh shit. Ian did send me a really cool text message. He's ordering food. I want stuff. Actually, you know what? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm actually just gonna go over to Ian's room and figure out what I'm ordering. Give me a minute. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I did, in fact, order a cool green moss clump and nothing else. That's what I'll be eating for my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Alright. Now, let's read the talismans. Talisman. Medium for casting miracles of the gods. Standard talisman issued to common believers. Equip talisman to cast miracles. Attune miracles from a scroll at a bonfire. Most miracles have limited number of uses. Okay. Pretty straightforward. Thorland Talisman. Medium for casting miracles of the gods. This talisman is only granted to high-ranking Thorland clerics. Has high miracle adjustment, which, thanks to divine protection, is not dependent upon faith. That's really interesting. So you'll notice, down on the bottom section, where it says param bonus, of the left chunk of this screen. Man, a lot of people are ringing that bell, jeez. There are 4 symbols, 4 icons. The first one is strength. The second one, the hand, is dex. The third one, which looks like a candle, is intelligence. And the fourth one, which is like a star, is faith. And the letter grade is like how much this item scales with those parameters. So like a really strong dex weapon will have like an A ranking in dex, and that means the higher your dex level, the more damage that weapon is going to do. A B ranking on a talisman means that if you have high faith, B ranking on the faith of a talisman means that if you have high faith, the miracles that you cast from that talisman are going to have a greater effect. Like, either they'll heal more, or they'll deal more damage, or whatever it is. The Thorland Talisman, which comes directly from the place that is known for its clerics and religious order, scales less with faith. That's really interesting. That kind of tells you something. So anyway, that's that. Let's talk to him.
My companions are Milady and her young knights. She is young, but burdened by an undead mission. We are her defenses, to keep her from harm.
Okay, so him and a couple of other clerics have been tasked with protecting their lady. Well, lady, he's a neckbeard. Because they're assholes. It's true, they are assholes. Anyway, that's why he's here. He's waiting on 2 companions and the woman that they're supposed to be protecting.
An undead mission? Regrettably, I cannot share that with you. But you are my pupil. Perhaps if you show your faith.
So Petrus is kinda scummy.
Very well. I can surely tell you, of all people, undead clerics are given a mission to seek kindling. Kindling is the art of feeding bonfires with humanity. Through kindling, we shall one day be granted magnificent powers.
Okay, kindling.
Very well. Unkindle through
Okay.
Come again. The effectiveness of the teachings depend upon your faith.
Yes and no. Petrus. That's Petrus. He a big scum boy. I don't know if you caught it, but he was willing to share, presumably private, like, high-ranking information with me because I gave him some money. He took a bribe, basically. And he actually requested the bribe. Here we've got empty shaft of some sort. Goes up a long ways, goes down a bit. Nothing there right now. Illusory wall ahead? That's not true. That's a liar. I was gonna say something else. What was I gonna say? Let's see if his dialogue refreshes my memory.
I will teach you miracles. A promise is a promise, after all.
I'm not an empty shaft. That's fucked up. Awful.
Very well. Undead clerics. Our kindling is the art of... Through kindling, we shall one...
I don't know. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say.
The
So something to note about Miyazaki is that in most of his games, he tends to paint the religious faction in a pretty bad light. And I want to make it clear that he is not trying to bash religion. He's trying to point out the flaws of organized religion. Yeah, I just want to be clear about that. Just pointing out the flaws of organized religion. Not necessarily saying, oh, you're religious, you're bad. That's not at all what he's saying. Dad from the town at Cone Shaft. Amazing. Item ahead. That's true. Soul of the Lost Undead. I'm gathering up items here so that I can do some early leveling. Go here. There's the crow. Hi, crow. Hi, bud. Crows are going to become an important symbol later on in the game, but we'll get there. Don't worry, I'm going to the Bone Zone. We'll get there. Soul of the Lost Undead. Do they pick your eyes? Hell yeah. Welcome to the Bone Zone. Cemetery. I'm pretty low level, so these guys are gonna take a lot out of me, and I don't have any way to permanently knock them down yet. So we're gonna kind of run through here and just grab items. Spear. Byhander. My favorite item, binoculars. And I'm actually gonna quit out here. So quitting out lets you reset mobs. I'm gonna try not to do it too much throughout this game, but I'm gonna do it here so that I can get a good look at the view here. Make sure I'm not being chased. Good. Alright, we got the binoculars. I'm gonna equip them. And be very careful not to press the wrong buttons and shit. So, you could see it in the intro cutscene when they were like, and then the Age of Fire happened. It was the Age of the Gods, after the war with the dragons was won. But there's like these outer ringed tiers of the city, of like the civilization of Lorethrough. And that's what we're looking at here. These are all the different tiers of the people that lived in Lorethrough. Down there we can see a pretty developed city. Obviously it's breaking down a bit, it's old. But makes it clear that this was a place with a lot of people. A lot of people lived here at some point in time. Whether those people were just humans, whether they were undead, whether they were gods themselves, or deities of some sort, we don't know. But my feet are doing some really cool stuff right now. I don't know if you can see the feet on my character. Looking good, dude. Try to pick up the rest of these items. We're gonna come back to this area later. You can go down into the catacombs by going that direction. But, I think I may have just killed myself. Yeah, we're gonna do this. He's posing. I've ever played D&D? I have. Can you actually just run back up this way? You can. Okay. That's good. Alright, we're just gonna get out of this area. Yeah, I've played like short D&D sessions at friends' places, and now I'm playing Divinity, which is kind of like D&D the video game. But yeah, I've played D&D before. Just a quick note, we're not going to level resistance at all because it is the most useless stat in the game. In all of the Souls games, really. It really doesn't do much. Raise your resistances by like a minuscule amount, which other stats also do. So there's no reason to get resistance. We are going to put points in... For now, let's do this. I'm gonna try to get strength and dex to a place where I can use most weapons, even if I have to two-hand strength weapons. And then I'll start putting points in intelligence and faith so that we can use some spells. You ever think about the physical act of crushing soul clubs? Not really. Covenant. So we are currently in the Way of White. The Way of White is the covenant that we joined thanks to Petrus. He is a member of the Way of White. We'll learn more about the Way of White as we go on. This was a feature that they added in Remastered that just lets you easily swap between covenants. Kindle, like I said, later on when we have a certain item, we'll be able to kindle bonfires, and what that means is you spend some of your humanity, which I'll get into in a bit, in order to increase the number of Estus flasks that a bonfire gives you. A bonfire by default gives you 5. Some bonfires are upgraded by 1 by default in-game. Those give you 10. But you can upgrade a bonfire 3 times. First upgrade makes it so they give you 10, second gives you 15, third gives you 20. Cannot kindle while hollowed. Also can't kindle without the right of kindling. Petra's bitch, yep. And then there's reverse hollowing, which I have to have 1 humanity consumed. But that basically puts us in a human form for a bit, which is basically online play. Which we're not really going to be doing throughout this playthrough. It also gives you skin. You look a little less gross. But still pretty gross, probably. There's some other items I want to grab. Go this way. We can actually drop down that empty shaft. There's some items hidden back there. Pretty mode. Got some chests. Cracked red-eye orb. 4 of them. Morning Star and a talisman. and 6 homeward bones. So let's read these. We've already read the talisman. Let's read the homeward bone. Bone fragment reduced to white ash. Return to last bonfire used for resting. Bonfires are fueled by bones of the undead. In rare cases, the strong urge of their previous owners to seek bonfires enchants their bones with a homeward instinct. So, this is like the bone of someone who is so long gone that even if they were undead, even if they kept coming back to life, they're reduced to nothing but fucking ash and bone now. And they were so into bonfires. They cared about bonfires so much that now you can crush their bones in order to warp back to the last bonfire you rested at. That's kind of neat. A little fucked up, it's kind of neat. Cracked Red Eye Orb. Online play item. Invade another world. Hollows cannot use this item. Defeat the master of the world you have invaded to acquire humanity. The Cracked Red Eye Orb allows players to temporarily imitate this ability normally limited to the Dark Wraiths of Kath. Alright, so that's the first mention we ever get of Kath or the Dark Wraiths. We'll learn a lot more about them way later on. But yeah, that's basically what it says it is. It's just for online play. It lets you invade other players, which is cool. But it's a one-time use. We got a Zweihander. Ultra Greatsword, one of the gigantic straight greatswords. As the name suggests, the Zweihander is held with 2 hands, but its wielder must still be inhumanly strong. It is this great weight sends foes flying when hit solidly. Requires 24 strength, which I don't remember what the calculation is for two-handing. Can you actually... Waffle, do you think you could look that up for me? Or is it inconvenient for you? If it is, I'll look it up myself. Morningstar. It's a hammer. Hammer with a sharp spike on its pommel. One of the most barbaric cleric weapons. Uniquely, this hammer inflicts thrust damage and causes bleeding. Winged Spear. A long-hilted spear with a barbed point. Long reach and can be used with shield up. That's a unique feature to spears in this game. You can attack while you're holding your shield up. Effective against hard exteriors and hits for high damage at the right moment of an enemy's swing. But the hit radius is small and it is easily blocked by shields. I think it's interesting that they mentioned the... Oh, hell yeah, thanks for the roach, dude. I think it's interesting that they mentioned the extra damage. So that's called an attack of opportunity. Which basically means if an enemy is in the middle of an animation, like in the middle of an attacking animation, and you hit them for more damage than you normally would. And that's true of all weapons. I think it's interesting that it says it specifically for this weapon because, as we'll learn later, there's an item that can increase that amount specifically for thrust-type weapons. I imagine that's why they included it on this spear, but I think it's a little misleading. Weird. Caduceus Round Shield. Round wooden shield crafted in Lorethrough, decorated by an ancient blue caduceus. The giant trees in Lorethrough are distant offspring of the great stone arch trees. This shield inherits their properties, and the wood greatly reduces magic damage. That's interesting. We're gonna see a bunch of really fucking big trees in Lorethrough. There's one now. Oh, what's this? I don't remember. Oh, Lloyd's Talismans. That's an interesting item. So like that one. Or like the one that we are currently standing under. 2-handed increases by 50%. Okay, cool. So then I should be able to two-hand the Zweihander at, what, 16 strength? Yeah, 16 strength. I think should do it. Because it requires 24. But yeah, these big old trees. There are these things called arch trees, which we'll learn more about later. These giant trees are, I guess, direct descendants of the arch trees, like a, you know, that's all there really is to say there. Let's take a quick peek. So that direction is the main progression. That's the main intended progression. And that's the way that we're gonna go. But I want to explore down here a little bit before I do. At least they respected the environment. Try kicking. Don't kick. Somebody locked up down here. No response. She cannot speak. Reinforce Estus Flask. Firekeeper soul required to reinforce Estus Flask. Okay, learn more about that later. Oh, I forgot to read off the Lloyd Talisman. Lloyd's Talisman. Talisman utilized by All-Father Lloyd's Cleric Knights to hunt down the undead. Blocks Estus recovery within a limited area. This is really good for PvP invasions in particular. You can, like, if you get someone's health down and they try running away, you can try to hit them with a Lloyd's Talisman and then they won't be able to heal. In the outside world, the undead are accursed creatures, and Lloyd's Cleric Knights are widely praised for their undead hunts. This blessed talisman blocks undead recovery, allowing the knights to fight with impunity. So that's fucked. There's some dude named Allfather Lloyd, who we'll learn more about later on, who had these cleric knights who served him, and would routinely go on these undead hunts, or they would hunt down and slaughter undead. It's fucked. And this is something that would happen all over the place outside of Lorethrough. Where these statues are. Statuettes, I guess. I don't know. It's just like robed women. Don't know. They get rid of the blur when riding? No, I don't think so. I think it was still there. Cool. We see that we're in this kind of caved out portion of a mountain, it looks like, and there's a hole letting some sunlight in. Another hole over there. And there's a big ol' ruined city here that appears to be underwater. Largely submerged. And this is directly under Firelink. It's interesting. Soul of the Nameless Soldier. Got some undead boys here. New Londo Ruins. So there's a city here called New Londo, and these are leftover ruins. And it's submerged underwater. We're not gonna go through this area right now. This is intended for late game. We're gonna do it later. But I am gonna poke around a little bit and grab some items. Need curses, that's true. Here we got the S-Stock. Not a weapon I'm going to use probably, but as a fun property. Transient curse. Here's the best enemy in the game. Lying in ambush ahead. What made them decide to be in pots? I honestly have no idea. I don't know why there are corpses in pots. Who's this? Seem rather normal. All things considered. What is he holding? He's holding something. What is that? I've never noticed that. He's holding... I think he's holding like a quill and a piece of paper. That's interesting. Hard to tell. Yeah, he's holding a Nintendo Switch.
You haven't lost your head. And more importantly, you're free. How on earth? Well, I shouldn't pry. I'm Rickett of Vinheim. I was once an established smith. Look at me now. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it. Playing Animal Crossing New Horizons. Is it just me or is the dialogue volume a little low? Probably bring it up. Yeah, let's bring it up to 10.
What is it? Have you? Oh no. Don't worry. I've no intention of escape. It's safe here. I can't bear the thought of going hollow out there. Although, I must admit, I've not much to occupy myself. How about this? I could forge your weapons, albeit with rather minimal tools. I'll show you what made me the best in Vinheim.
Alright.
What is it? There's nothing to talk about. We're both cursed, undead. But what's there really to moan about?
Never noticed the echo before? Really? Yeah. Characters will have like dynamic well, sound effects in general, there's like dynamic echo applied, reverb, depending on where you are, where the camera is, really.
There's nothing to talk. We're both cursed.
What is there really to moan about? It's not all that bad. Alright, he sells some spells. Soul Arrow. Elementary sorcery, Fire Soul Arrow. Soul Arrows inflict magic damage, making them effective against iron armor, tough scales, and other physically resilient materials. Heavy Soul Arrow. Soul Sorcery, emphasizing power. A more powerful but also slower sorcery, difficult to use due to a long cooldown and a limitation on the number of castings. Right. And he sells a Sorcerer's Catalyst. Sorcery Catalyst used by sorcerers of Vinheim Dragon School. Equip Catalyst to use sorceries. Attune sorceries from a scroll at a bonfire. Most sorceries have a limited number of uses. I will buy one eventually, but I'm not going to buy one right now. Because I can't really use spells right now anyway. We can repair stuff. Bother. Upgrade armor and weapons. No weapons for Ascension. There's this whole Ascension system and weapon upgrade trees. I'm not gonna deal with it right now. We'll talk about it as we unlock stuff. I need something called a Titanite shard in order to upgrade any of these.
Come back soon. Smithing helps soothe my nerves. Don't let me wither away out of idleness.
So that's Rickert. He is a mage smith from the Vinheim Dragon School. That's kind of interesting that they have, like, magic smiths. Over here, there's a gate that we cannot open. We would be able to open it if we took the master key. Yeah, I think that's all we're gonna do down here for now. There's one or two other items I could grab, but I'd rather just grab them later when I actually intend to explore the area. Oh, maybe they did remove the blur in remastered. Yeah, it looks like there isn't a blur put in, it's just that the textures are moving past so fast that it kind of looks like it. Okie dokie. I did get some other souls I could probably level up another time. Oh yeah, I could definitely level up once off of that. Holy moly, look at that dude. Wow. That was a big boy. Okay, we're gonna try to get strength to 16. That was actually an attack of opportunity, I think I was talking about earlier. When I attacked him mid-lunge. Food in the room? Oh yeah. I'll come grab my food from the room in a little bit. Thanks, Ian. That's not what I meant to do. Hollow Warrior Helm. Full of a lost undead. Ring of Sacrifice. See a big old bridge up there with some scaffolding. Towers. Big ol' canyon. Sort of valley down there. Interesting. You can actually... This is cool. You can actually kind of see a path. It's a little hard to make out, but you can see a path that you can walk across down there. Which is, interesting, because later on, we might actually walk down that path. It's true, Drake and Josh live there. Like I said, I'm going to be stopping and looking around a lot. That's just something I like to do in this game. Rat! Full of a lost undead. Interesting thing to note. Undead rat enemies have a chance to drop humanity. A little odd. Gate here that we cannot open on the side. too dark to see anything down there. Always kill the rats. Correct. Alright, Undead Berg. One of my favorite areas. I'm gonna be looking around a shitload while we're going through this area because there's just so many details to look at. So you may have noticed we just traveled through an aqueduct. And this was one of the ringed walls that we could see. So Firelink is on the other side of this wall. But within here, we see that there's a little city. Boys hanging off the ledges. Pretty cool. Gargan. Oh, hi. I didn't think he'd aggro onto me from that far away. May or may not be the same bridge that I saw from down below. I think it is. It is then a bridge from the other side. I'm not sure. Hard to say. Might actually, it might be. I don't know. There is scaffolding, it's just not in exactly the same spot. There's a little bit of inconsistency here, but I think it actually is the same bridge. Wrong button. Wooden shield. A warrior waistcloth. I'll go to that bonfire in a bit. Howdy, fellas. Oh shit, I forgot. This weapon has a different kick. Come on. I hate these guys. Without a proper kick. They're annoying to deal with. Oops. Oops. Alright. Hold up. Do I have any other weapons I can just use real quick for this? It's a great start. There you go. That makes things a little easier. Oh, actually, hold up. Nah, I should be using the scimitar. Although the bleed on this is kind of neat. Moans sound different in this? Nah, it's the same sound effects. Howdy, feller. What you petting? Try attacking. Oh. Petting there, dude.
Well now, you seem to have your wits about you, hmm? Then you are a welcome customer. I trade for souls. Everything's for sale. Things are getting treacherous in these parts. A horrible goat demon has moved in below. And up above, there's that humongous drake and a bull demon too. If you stick around this place, it might end up being your grave.
So, a goat demon down below, and a dragon and a bull demon up top. We saw the We saw the dragon. Oh. It's all good. But why is my PS4 controller now acting up? What's going on? There we go. That was weird.
Here, I'm not here to chit-chat. We talk business or we talk nothing at all. Here, I'm not here to... We talk...
Alright. He sells a lot of stuff. We want the residence key. We want the bottomless box. And I think that's... I'd also like the orange soapstone. Interesting that he has the dried finger in remastered. The dried finger is in a completely different area in the original game. Thought he said goat was bull. No. He said there's a goat demon down below, and then up above there's a dragon and a bull demon. That's what he said. The goat demon and the bull demon are two different things. Okay, residence key. Key to a residence in the Undead Burg. Simple, sturdy design of the locks in the burg keep out unwanted visitors. But this is a standard key in these parts, and will open several residences. Repair box, we're not going to buy right now, but specialized mortar used to repair weapons and armor by grinding repair powder. Rest at a bonfire to make weapon and armor repair possible. Repair powder is fragile and cannot be taken along. Bottomless box. A peculiar bottomless wooden box. Its origins are unknown. Some deride it as a symbol of unbridled avarice. That's interesting. Any number of items can be deposited into the box, and items can be managed while resting at a bonfire. So this is your item storage. We'll grab it. Repair powder. Lightly enchanted golden powder. Repairs a weapon equipped in right hand. Use of a weapon depletes its durability, eventually rendering it ineffective. Repair powder is a precious method of repair on the battlefield, as it obviates the need for a repair box. Repair powder, as far as I can remember, is really only useful in like certain, basically like for PvP if you're too lazy to go like repair your shit. There's no real reason to get repair powder for the most part. It's so cheap to repair your weapons at a bonfire, and durability depletes so slowly in this game that it doesn't really matter. Throwing knife. Used as a projectile. Throwing knives have limited range and accuracy compared to arrows, but offer a quick and easy ranged attack. Undead who lack other means of ranged attack will do well to stock a few of these. Throwing knives can be useful. I like them for pulling aggro in certain areas, or just taking out certain enemies. Sells Lloyd talismans, firebombs. Dried finger, online play item. Dried finger with multiple knuckles. Used to strengthen connection to other worlds, allowing the summoning of a third phantom, but also a second dark spirit. Also makes the summoning of a dark spirit occur earlier. Use with caution. So this, like it says, is for online play. It's for co-op and PvP. In the original game, you got it in an area that's only accessible way later in the game. Like around the 50% mark. Ish. And you had to actually go through quite a bit to get it. But, actually, oh, no, I'm thinking of a different item. But this was in the same area as that item. Anyway. You used to get it way later in the game. They gave it to this merchant simply for, quality of life reasons in the remaster. Just so that, because I knew a lot of people coming back to the remaster were in it for online play. And honestly, the online play in the remaster is way better than in the original game. That's like the main draw for remaster. But, yeah, it's just interesting that he has it. You can buy it early on. Does exactly what it says. Orange Guidance Soapstone. Online play item. Write, view, and rate message. Messages transmit to other worlds where they are rated. Also, rate messages of others. In Lorethrough, the flow of time is distorted, and messages allow undead to assist or deceive one another. I'm gonna buy that. Orange Soapstone is like one of my favorite items in the game. It lets you write messages and rate other people's messages. Online play in general, and that includes summoning like NPCs as co-op companions, isn't explained in a very good way, but that's the best explanation we get. Time is distorted in Lorethrough, so you have people from different time periods phasing in and out of each other's worlds, and you have people of different worlds phasing into and out of each other's worlds. That's how it explains it. That's all.
Here, I'm not waiting.
I bought stuff. You'll be saying things to me. Anything else of note? I think most if not all of these weapons have like pretty straightforward descriptions. Nothing too amazing. The heater shield is a really good shield, actually. Okay, nothing too amazing here. Arrows, yep. And he sells the chain armor. Chainmail helm of thin interlinking rings of steel. It is common throughout the human world since it can be easily produced. Not too heavy, and offers good defense. Knights may favor flashy armor, but for warriors on the battlefield, anything is fine as long as it keeps them alive. Gauntlets made of soft leather, one of the more common kinds of protective gear. Yep. Pretty straightforward. This is what the crestfallen warrior wears. He wears the chain set minus the helm. All those walls you hit naively. Also, this dude is called the Undead Merchant. That's just what people have come to call him. It's not an official name or anything.
Here, I'm not here. Wait on. What a waste of time.
What do you mean?
Go and fall off a cliff.
I bought stuff from you. What the hell are you talking about? I bought 2,100 souls worth of stuff off of you. I think that was a bug. I think he normally is willing to talk more when you buy stuff. Well, I know he's normally willing to talk more when you buy stuff. Weird. See streets down there a little bit. There's actually a message down there. Interesting. People barrow. Is there any use for souls in like lore reasons, or is it just money? So souls. So far, what we've learned about souls are: one, they're the currency in Lorethrough. Whereas normal money is the currency outside of Lorethrough, but it's the currency that gods deal in. And two, they're the source of life. They're just the source of all life. Every living thing has a soul. Or so we would think. And three, Undead, especially as they become more hollow, kind of just naturally seek out souls. Like moths drawn to a light, I think is a good comparison. You can actually see there's messages and stuff down there, so that implies to me that that is an area we will be visiting later. Go down into the lower portion of the city, the Burg. Nice kick. Also, fun fact, I'm not going to do it, but there's a skip you can do here to get to the lower Undead Burg early. There's another one that I think is easier and is more common. Throwing knives. Down here. This is above where we first entered the Burg. In case you're not sure where we're at. That's the aqueduct that we came in through. Crossbow, standard bolt. Comfort ahead. Okay. I was expecting a message about butts. Something. Jumping. You can indeed jump that gap. I'm gonna go the normal intended route though, which is roll through these barrels. Oh. Oh, hello. How'd you get up there? What the heck? I don't know how he did that. That was impressive. Imminent thrust. Yep, there you go. There's a butt joke. Hee hee. Oh my god. I'm gonna go blow my nose and grab that food in a bit. The boys hanging out. Look at those boys. Ooh, you can see more pathways down there. Streets. What time is it for me? It is currently 2 p.m. Midday. This is actually a pretty early stream for me. Very early stream. Kinda like it. Get out of here. Weapon is very slow. I guess I have a long recovery time. Rubbish! Hell yeah. Rubbish with no value. Who in their right mind would bother carrying this around? Perhaps you need help. I love this game sometimes. And humanity. Yep. Is correct. Okay, now we have explored pretty much everything pre-bonfire in the Burg. All of the winding pathways. For the longest fucking time, I thought there had to be some way you could get to that ledge and see what was inside that building. But there isn't. There's no way to get there. Now we're underneath the bridge. In fact, this is one of the pillars holding up the bridge. Staircase going up, but it kind of just ends. The ladder that we can't reach. Alright. Give me 1 sec to go blow my nose and grab my food. Furry is hanging out outside, so I'm probably gonna need to let him back in a sec, but for now, just gonna hang out there. You guys want to see what I'm eating? I'm really excited. I haven't eaten from this place in forever, and it's like really authentic food that you would get in Hawaii. No joke. As silly as it might seem, here I'll show you guys. So, oh man, it's heavy. Here it is. It's pork, teriyaki chicken, bunch of rice, macaroni salad, which is actually really popular in Hawaii, and under that is a bed of cabbage. All very popular things to eat in Hawaii. Yeah, McDonald's is Hawaiian. That's correct. Wendy's. Wendy's burger. Alright. I would buy that, Frog. We eat a lot of spam in Hawaii. No, it's just plain cabbage. Pulled pork, rice, teriyaki chicken, macaroni salad, cabbage. Fucking delicious. Fundraiser bundle for Black Lives Matter. $5 for over $3,000 worth of games. Huh. I will look into that after the stream, Ian. Damn. Can you post that in the Discord so I remember? Owie. Fire boys. This is locked. Doesn't open from this side. Black fire bombs. Pretty good item. Black bisque urn filled with black powder. Explodes inflicting fire damage. Powerful ranged weapon, especially in situations calling for fire damage. Black fire bombs are especially destructive. So same as fire bombs, but they do more damage. Pretty significantly more, actually. Now we get to see a little bit more of the bridge. We see some towers. The wall that connects to that bridge. We're heading to a tower that's connected to that wall. Scaffolding. There's that bridge, the big old gate at the front. Entrance to what kind of looks like a castle over there. And up there, that's where the bonfire that I was just at is. Inside that portion of the bridge. Boosh. One thing I find kind of interesting, you can actually walk on top of this. I figured they would have put like an invisible wall or something, but they didn't. I think it's kind of cool. You can't actually reach anything that you normally wouldn't be able to reach from here. I just think it's neat that you can walk around on this and just drop down here. We can definitely make out a pathway right there. see a pathway going down into that basin. And some forested stuff at the top. Very interesting. You can even see how it kind of goes up to the left there and up into the mountainous area there. That's where the forested area is, and it splits off to the left and to the right. To the left, kind of goes towards this city here, right? Cool. Plunge attack the shield boys. I could. I hear Furry crying. We can use the residence key to open this. Which gets us a pretty nice item. Gold pine resin, 3 of them. Their pathing's too good! Can't plunge attack him. Help Furry. I'll let him in a sec. Come here. I feel like that shouldn't have been a parry. I was a little late there. Whatever. Let me let Furry in. Back to the world of the living, Furry. By overhang next to... Oh, yeah, sure. I think I just kind of bumped his head a bit there. There you go, that's a plunge attack. And then he put his ass in my face. That wasn't very nice. So we can go up, and that's towards progression. But down here... Who could that be? I could pop a bunch of humanity here to increase my chance for rare drops. You guys think I should? Or should I save the humanity? No. I should probably try to get the rare drops. Oh, the humanity. We'll go for the rare drop. Humanity will increase your luck up to 10 humanity. Nice! You got a sword. That's actually really good. And a Titanite chunk. Alright. Let's read. What are the requirements on a sword? 20s? I need 18 dex, but if I get 18 dex, I think I can use this. This is a really fucking good weapon. Like, really good. Black Knight Sword. It's actually a great sword. Great sword of the Black Knights who wander Lorethrough. Used to face Chaos Demon. The large motion that puts the weight of the body into the attack reflects the great size of their adversaries long ago. So the Black Knights who wander Lorethrough fought the Chaos Demons a long time ago. That's all we get from it. Alright, when two-handing, I definitely have enough strength for this, so that's cool. I just need to get the dex. And what was he looking at? Blue Tearstone ring. Oh, I forgot to read the Ring of Sacrifice earlier. Great sword to puny corpses like me. You know. Sorry, I took a big bite of food. Boost defense while health is low. The rare gem called Tearstone has the uncanny ability to sense imminent death. This blue Tearstone from Katarina boosts the defense of its wearer when in danger. So the Tearstone rings are from Katarina. Ring of Sacrifice. This mystical ring was created in a sacrificial rite of Velka, the goddess of sin. Its wearer will lose nothing upon death, but the ring itself breaks. There's a goddess of sin named Velka. She's a very mysterious character, but we'll learn as much as we can about her as we move forward. So this dude was clutching a ring that would protect him at low health, but he died anyway. Cool. Also, fun fact back here. This ledge right here is one of the most infamous, like, red herrings in terms of exploration with this game. For years, people thought for sure you could somehow make it to that ledge over there. But nope. It's just a drop-off. It goes nowhere. Fuck it. Also, you can actually land on that little ledge there. So this is kind of cool. You can land down here. Which kind of just seems like a death sentence, like there's nowhere to go from here. But you can actually roll down or walk down, rather. Back down to that ledge I was just talking about. That's cool. I guess it has a purpose to be there. Not just there to look neat. It's locked. Alright. Can't go that way yet, Waffle. There's a hidden boy over here. That's called a crystal lizard. Twinkling Titanite and a Titanite chunk. Read those. Titanite chunk. For weapon reinforcement. Not found outside of Lorethrough. With the discovery of chunks in Lorethrough, the race to locate the legendary slabs has begun. Could they be mere myth? Twinkling Titanite. This weapon reinforcing Titanite is imbued with a particularly powerful energy. After this titanite was peeled from its slab, it is said that it received a special power, but its specific nature is not clear. Frankly, not sure what to make of that. Might as well wear that. I'm also going to put on some gold pine resin just to show how ridiculously strong it is in this fight. Rare pine resin, which emits golden sparks, applies lightning to right-hand weapon. Affected weapon inflicts rare lightning damage, making it effective against targets which are resilient to both magic and fire. Very effective against dragon family foes. Yeah, so lightning is especially good against dragons. Also happens to be real good against this boss. Before I approach, there's a sneaky trick here that definitely got me the first time I played this game. There's a couple of archers hiding up here. Too early. Stare directly into the sun. I always wanted to be able to go to that landmass over there. I've always wondered what those little polygons are meant to be. But sadly we don't know. Praise the sun. Praise the sun. Praise the sun. People sure do love praising. People sure do love their raisins. There's that pathway I was talking about earlier. Winds down into the basin and goes back up into the mountainside. Where there's a forested area that then goes back into the city. We'll want to keep that in mind. Trees. I thought that was Estes, my bad. We should still be able to get some lightning off of this. Howdy, buddy. Come over here. He screamed. Taurus demon. If you wait up here too long, he will jump up. Oh, look at that damage. That's why lightning is so fucking good on this fight. Oh, hell. He dropped his great axe. That's a super rare drop. Damn. Popping that humanity earlier was super worth it. There's also a way to get him to jump off and kill himself by accident. I've only ever done it successfully like once or twice and by accident, but there is a consistent way you can do it. We look down the city we were just in, we actually just see a player. Look, there's another player ghost playing around down there right now. That is the bonfire I was just at. Here's that bridge. Some boys on the bridge. Leads up to that castle-y looking area I was talking about. That looks like a bell tower. Some kind of fortress behind it. Up there we see a wall. City wall. Up on the top of the mountain. Now we're actually above... Lorethrough in general is above the clouds. But it appears that there's like a second layer of clouds. It's interesting. But yeah, we are above the clouds right now. It is awesome. Now we're gonna meet a fan favorite. He's actually not my favorite character, but he is cool. Be wary of Drake. Yep. There he is. I'm gonna pull this resin off. I'm actually gonna put the... not that, the soapstone. Yeah.
Ah, hello. You don't look hollow, far from it. I am Solaire of Astora, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Now that I am undead, I have come to this great land, the birthplace of Lord Gwyn, to seek my very own son. You find that strange? Well, you should. No need to hide your reaction. I get that look all the time. Oh, aha. So I didn't scare you. I have a proposition, if you have a moment. The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined. In a land brimming with hollows, could that really be mere chance?
Yeah.
So what do you say?
Yeah, I could.
Why not help one another on this lonely journey?
Sure.
This pleases me greatly. Well then, take this. We are amidst strange beings in a strange land. The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. But use this to summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between the worlds, and engage in jolly cooperation. Of course, we are not the only ones engaged in this, but I am a warrior of the sun. Spot my summon signature easily by its brilliant aura. If you miss it, you must be blind.
Not blind.
Oh, hello there. I will stay behind to gaze at the sun. The sun is a wondrous body, like a magnificent father. If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
So that's an interesting line. There's some theories about Solaire. Obviously, you know what I'm talking about. It's been debunked with Dark Souls 3, but if we look at this game outside the context of Dark Souls 3, it's worth talking about. We'll talk about it later when we actually have context for that.
Oh, hello there. If only...
Alrighty. Get around, Solaire. So what did he give us? Gave us the soapstone, white sign soapstone. Online play item, leave summon sign. Be summoned to another world as a phantom through your sign, and defeat the area boss to acquire humanity. Hollows cannot conduct summons. In Lorethrough, the flow of time is distorted, and the white sign soapstone allows undead to assist one another. Neat. Anything else I haven't read yet? So. We read everything here, I think. Everything of importance. Okay. I'm gonna run forward and then run back. You'll see why in a sec. Amazing. Okay, we're gonna dip. And earlier, we saw that the bonfire connected to the bridge. Well, now we can go down to the bonfire. Cool. Okay, Okay, so now we can actually use either of these weapons, I believe. Yeah, we can use this Vi, and we can use the Black Knight sword. Could use this for a bit. I'm gonna have to remove some stuff. Are we going shirtless? I think we're going shirtless. Kill it. I find the Hellkite Drake to actually be an incredibly difficult fight. I think I've only ever killed it once. I can go for the tail drop though. In which case I'm gonna want to do this. Come on down. Oh good, I missed. Alright, I fucked it up. Oh well. If you cut its tail off, you get a very good early game item. But that's okay. Boss. Hee. We got a crumbled statue here. There's a head. Wearing wraps. Got a cross spear. And he's got his barefoot little footsies with wrappings. And an arm, I guess. His torso seems to be wearing a gown, very gaudy tapestries.
Ugly.
Not. There's some boys just hanging out. This statue is going to be important later. More. Good weapon, that one. Let's remove the equipment. Some guys being dudes. Hell yeah. And you can see the berg where we first came through. That was the door that I was talking about earlier. It was like for a long time I wanted to know where that went. I think we can actually see Firelink. Yeah, that's Firelink down there. It's hard to make out because obviously the details are muddled, but that is in fact Firelink down there. I just love how you can see other parts of the game in like an accurate physical relation. Burger. Did not mean to hop. Here we have a statue of a woman holding a baby and a sword. We don't really know anything about it right now, but we'll figure it out later. Go. Pig. Piggy. Before we go that way, this this ladder actually leads down. This is the alternate way to get over here. You just kind of climb across the bridge rather than on top of it. Ruh-roh. Kill rats for humanity. But let me go rest. Ring-a-ding-ding. Nobody's ringing that bell. I'm gonna go up here quietly. Interesting symbol on top of that, that building there. Not really sure what that's supposed to be. I mean, it looks like a spear, like a protractor. All build. Kind of hole in the mountainside. All that damage. Jeez. Damn, he didn't drop his sword for us. Oh well. For a very long time, a lot of people thought you could make this jump as well, but you can't. It is not possible. Yeah, the symbol's actually on top of a few buildings. Interesting that the pig is not down there. I guess he just doesn't render in at this height. The House of Geometry. I was actually going to say, maybe it's supposed to be some kind of symbol of intellect. But, Probably not. As I can't think of any reason why that would be there. Alright. So this gate up ahead is going to close. I could get to the other side of it before they close it. I'm not going to. It's actually pretty easy. Oh, hi. Pig is stuck. Stealth boar. That is a stealth boar. Check him out. Alluring skull. A skull with meekly lingering souls. Throw to shatter and spread souls to attract certain types of enemies. Souls are a concentration of life, and the life-starved hollows are lured by its power. Not effective for all enemies. Is effective for pig. Hi, furry. What? Come here, pig. I got something for you. Nothing. What's going on, buddy? Oh. Boar is struggling. Okay, I guess I just killed Boar then. Sounds good. Oh, nice, I got his helmet. It's too late for that, Waffle. Don't worry, we'll get more opportunities later on. How did he... Wait. The dude who pulled the lever died. How? I don't know how that happened. Weird. Can't trick me. Is very slow. It's very strong, but it's very slow. Mystery key. Nobody knows. Hello. Furry's acting like he wants to hang out on my lap, but I know he just wants my food. Yeah, I see through your ruse. Yeah. Yeah, poise would be nice. That's where we just were. Oh my god, furry. I'm gonna let furry on my lap with the condition that my food stays closed. Oh my god, my controller. Shield indeed. But right. Cat retrieved. I think it's interesting that this guy seems to maybe be mourning over his fellow soldier. Maybe. He might just be brain dead, but I don't know. From is usually pretty particular about how they place enemies. Oh my god. Fucking yeet. Night shield. Good shield. Alright, come here. Hehe. Hurry. Don't rub your head on the mic. You're gonna mess it up. Angry. Jeez. Calm down, Skelly boy. We're gonna ignore that dude. Oh no, I didn't shoot him. Try attacking. Nope. That is indeed not an illusory wall. Okay, you leaving, furry? Alright, cool. That's what I thought. No food involved. He gets bored and leaves. Hi. Yeah, dude. down here. Get ourselves a basement key. And open this up. And this is the red halberd? Or halberd. Long-hilted weapon mixing spear and axe is difficult to handle, requiring both strength and dexterity. The halberd has 2 elementary attacks, spear-like thrusting and large sweeping swings. However, one false swing and the wielder is left wide open. Halberd is a pretty popular early game weapon. I've personally never been a fan of the halberd. Albert. I don't know. It's just not for me. Are gonna kill these fellas. They might give us some upgrade materials. Alright. Hi, Flints. And no upgrade materials. Nice. Incredible. Alright, we're gonna go around this side of the chapel. Ring-a-ding-ding. Alright, big boy. Come here. He's wearing different armor. Ow. Fucked up the timing. Alright, hold up. Hold up. Not nice. Very rude. Don't kick, you dummy. Buried with my entire body, hell yeah. Oh, cool. 1 Titanite shard. Nice eyes. Just Poseidon. Some boy with a broken sword. Here's that same statue. The baby and the sword. Although this time there's some birds flying around it. Nondescript birds. Then goat people offering eggs. There appears to be a lion person as well. Not sure what that's about. Yeah, that knight has a hollowed face. Fire keep soul. I'll get the bonfire, don't worry. Interesting that they got these staves. It's elevator time. Wait, why am I going down? I should have just activated the elevator, whatever. I guess just to show where it goes. And we're back. How's Petrus doing? Still's come back? Nice. I guess I'll grab some extra Estus here. Might as well. I could try to get strength to 20, which would let me one-hand this sword. Load? Yeah, we can work on that next. Nothing new down here yet. What do we have here? The Firekeeper Soul. Soul of a long-lost Firekeeper. Each Firekeeper is a corporeal manifestation of her bonfire, and a draw for the humanity which is offered to her. Her soul is gnawed by infinite humanity and can boost the power of precious Estus flasks. It can be used to gain humanity and restore health, at the cost of losing the Firekeeper soul to reinforce the Estus flasks. Don't pop these. Bad idea. So there are these things called Firekeepers. They're directly linked to bonfires. It's a very bad trade-off. Their souls are filled with infinite humanity. In fact, well, they're not filled with it. The humanity, like, eats away at their soul. And that's what we're looking at here. But this soul has been, like, torn apart by humanity. Which is why it looks like that. It's like writhing. But the 5 humanity. Oh, the humanity. Interesting thing to note. As far as I remember, every single Firekeeper soul you find in this game is on a female corpse. I believe that is the case. Thanks, lady. So now I've got an Estus Flask +1, heals for more. Souls are also kind of like drugs here. Let's go get the other bonfire. Gonna head down this way. Like an old crumbling building. Some kind of emblem on it. Can't really make it out. No pews to be seen, but there is this altar. see him? I can see him. See him hanging out there. He's sitting.
Well, you must be a new arrival. I'm Andre of Astorab. If you require smithing, then speak to me.
Patiently waiting. Bruh.
Most weapons and armor are mighty sturdy indeed, but every hunk of metal has its breaking point. If you notice durability running low, it's time to repair. You can ask a blacksmith like myself, or do it on your own with a grindstone. The nice thing about weapons, they never betray you, so pay them a little respect, eh?
Very interesting line.
There are two types of weapon forging. There's reinforcement and there's ascension. Reinforcement is simple. It strengthens the weapon and nothing more. A simple task for any blacksmith. Hell, you could even do it yourself with a smith box. But ascension's a finer art. It alters a weapon's properties. Ascension is the territory of we blacksmiths. A smith box just won't do the trick. Start out with reinforcement. When that loses its charm, you can consider ascension. As you've noticed, this land is flush with the mad and wicked. You won't make it through the night without employing my services. You can forge armor just like you do weapons. Forging armor is even easier than forging weapons. Whether you forge weapons or armor first, well, that's up to you. But nobody wants to see you go hollow. So whatever you do, you'd better do it well.
I love Andre.
But no,
right.
so...
Believe it or not, the battle axe is actually one of my favorite weapons in the game. Most people don't like it that much. I'm not gonna bother getting it right now, but he sells some actually pretty good weapons all around. Don't think I'm gonna be buying any of these. Not right now, at least. Furry. Keeps yelling at me. Crest of Artorias. This crest opens a door in the Darkroot Garden sealed by ancient magic. The door leads to the grave of Sir Artorias the Abyss Walker. Many adventurers have left for the grave, but none have returned, where they make easy prey for local bandits. With such dangers, the crest can do more harm than good in the hands of the uninitiated. Yeah, it was my main weapon on my first playthrough as well. I think that's why I like it so much. We'll go ahead and repair. I actually have Twinkling Titanite. I could upgrade this. I don't think I'm going to because I think the souls are better spent on like levels right now. But
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
Andre's super fascinating. I'm not gonna go into it right now, but Furry, what are you doing? Come on. I don't know what Furry's doing. Yeah, exactly. That's what I love about that line. He seems so on the surface he seems like such a kind dude, but really he just wants to keep keep his business going. Andre was originally intended to have a much bigger role in this game. There's a lot of cut content involving him. And also, it's pretty significant that he is the only NPC in the game who has like a face rig. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and we'll talk more about that later.
Oh, forgive me. I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegmeyer of Katarina. Quite honestly, I've run flat up against a wall. Or a gate, I should say. The thing just won't budge, no matter how long I wait. And oh, have I waited. So here I sit, in quite a pickle, weighing my options, so to speak.
Furry. Dude. I think Furry needs to use the litter box. One sec, guys. Okay, he doesn't actually need to use the litter box, he's just being, being a little grubby boy. Wants that attention real bad. I'll give it to him in a bit. Let's talk to our bud here, and then I'll take a little break.
Still closed. Still closed. Still closed. Still closed.
Onion boy. Oh, wait a minute. Never put the most important emote on. I actually haven't used this yet. Take that off. Beat the gate open. Snake lad. Alright, we'll hang out with Siegmeyer here while I go on a little break. I'll try not to take too long. I'm back. Sorry that took a while. Alright. Y'all been napping with your boy. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm gonna do next, Waffle. Makes the most sense. Not even sure how he detected I was here. Alright, we're gonna do this the quick way. By quick way, I mean easy way. Not actually particularly quick. Now we wait. Come on up, fellas. Doing his dance again. I think it's all of them. I'm surprised he's still hanging out. Usually he gets bored and he leaves. Hi, dude. How's it going? No trident thing. Alrighty. Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of insane how many bodies there are in this area. There boys going upstairs to get me? Well, there's you. I don't know if they're down there or not. I don't think they are. I don't see them down there. I can hear them stepping around a little bit here and there. I don't know where they went. Oh no, they're there. Okay, I just couldn't see them. Humanity, I think? Yeah. Oh! Let me read the mystery key. Oh, and I never read the basement key either. Mystery key. The purpose of this key is unknown. It appears to be a basic prison cell key. Cool. Basement key. Opens the narrow passage leading below at the far face of the Great Bridge in the Undead Burg. The lower Undead Burg is a treacherous place. Do not turn your back on the wily thieves or the wild dogs who serve the Capper Demon. Neat. Howdy, feller.
Oh, still human, are you? Then I am in luck. Could you help me? As you can see, I am stuck without recourse.
Now you're not.
Thank you. Yes, sincerely. I am Knight Lorethrough of Karim. I truly appreciate this, and I guarantee a reward. Only later. Yes, very sorry. Your reward will have to wait. I've just been freed. Allow me some time. I am free. Now, I can get back to work.
Very subtle.
I am free.
Very subtle fellow. As much as I hate it, I think we're actually going to play out his quest line, Waffle. Because, you know, I'm trying to cover all my bases here. Gurgle time. Oh, that ragdoll. Statue ahead. Cool. I always liked that the first time you come up here. Wait, first of all, I don't know if you noticed, but there was for a very brief moment, there was a health bar right there. But also, I've always liked how the first time you do this fight, you can always take a minute just to look around. See a bridge going into the side of the mountain from Fortress. There you can see a tall building looming over. Throwing knife. Oh my god! Why am I so sneezy today? Fuck. All this pollen in me. Man-eater deep. Damn. Alright, well. I guess that's what happens when you have a fucking Black Knight sword. I think the twin humanities is a really interesting drop. Makes me wonder how those gargoyles are animated. Rare tiny black sprite found on corpses. Very unusual twin humanity. Used to gain 2 humanity and restore a large amount of health. This black sprite is called humanity, but little is known about its true nature. If the soul is the source of all life, then what distinction is left for humanity? also got the helmet, and I think I got the... I should have gotten the tail axe, right? Yeah. Gargoyle tail axe. Sliced tail of the gargoyle guarding the Bell of Awakening in the Undead Church, or patrolling in Anor Londo. Can be used as a bronze battle axe. Bends dramatically during large attacks, owing to its nature as a tail. Also never read the Demon's Great Axe. Carved from the bones of fellow demons, wielded by the lesser Taurus demons. I didn't remember that. It's carved from demon bones. Crazy. This axe is imbued with no special power, but can merrily beat foes to a pulp, providing you have the strength to wield it. And then I also got the helmet. Helm of the Gargoyle, an enchanted creature that guarded the Bell of Awakening in the belfry of the Undead Church. This bronze helm was for mere appearance's sake, as gargoyle skin is naturally hard. Little in the way of defense can be expected from it. And then the Fang Boar helm. Severed head of the fully armored Fang Boar, taken by the one who killed it as proof of his victory, just as the gods once did with the head of the ancient dragon. Can be worn on the head as a surprisingly sound piece of protective gear. Amazing. That's the tree growing over Firelink. I do have a pretty good amount of souls. Try lever. Okay. Ding. Alrighty. Oh my god, stop ringing. Surprised it still rings as frequently as it does. That means a lot of people are playing this game, which is nice. And then suddenly...
Greetings. I am Oswald of Kareem, the partner. Thou art a friend. For thee, a warm welcome. Cometh thou to confess, or to accuse? For indeed all sin is my domain.
Good gesture. He sells some really interesting stuff. Alright, Book of the Guilty. Online play item. Checklist of indicted players. Goddess of Sin Velka oversees this list of the guilty who have disrespected the gods or their covenants and shall one day face the wrath of the Blades of the Dark Moon. Hey, Legion. Is a quarter of the people ringing the bell are playing on Twitch? You think? Home and Boat have already written, or read. Indictment. Slip sold by Bishop of Velka, Goddess of Sin. If you are killed by an invader, use this to report the crime of that trespasser. The indicted player will be added to a list of unfortunate souls who will one day face the wrath of the Blades of the Dark Moon. I wonder, so if you play Prepare to Die edition and you look at the Book of the Guilty, all of the top, like, 50 people have like an infinite amount of indictments on them because of hacking. I wonder if that's still the case in remastered. Purging Stone, ash-colored stone encasing a skull. A secret treasure of Arstur, the Earl of Karim, who we heard of once before in the character creation screen. Reduces curse buildup and breaks curse. Humans are helpless against curses and can only redirect their influence. The Purging Stone does not dispel curses, but receives them as a surrogate. The stone itself was once a person or some other being. So the Earl of Karim figured out that you could get rid of curses by giving them to other people or other dead creatures. Pretty messed up. And he would put them in these little stones. Karmic Justice. Miracle of the black-haired witch Velka. I think it's interesting that they call her a witch here, not the goddess of sin. Temporary auto-counter versus heavy damage. For each sin there is a punishment, and it is the task of Goddess Velka to define the sin and mete out the punishment. Velka's Talisman. Medium for casting miracles of the gods. This black tuft of hair that serves as a talisman belongs to Velka, Goddess of Sin. It casts miracles not by drawing upon faith, but intelligence. That's cool. That might imply a certain, I don't know, character to Velka. Especially when we take into consideration how shady the Thorolund clerics seem to be. Bloodbite Ring. One of the infamous bite rings commissioned by Sir Arstur of Karim. Despite the dreadful rumors surrounding its creation, this ring is an unmistakable asset in its ability to help prevent bleeding. Poison Bite Ring, the same, but ability to prevent poison. And there's something inside that jewel. Despite the dreadful rumors surrounding its creation. Considering the Earl had to do with the creation of the Purging Stones, there's a good chance that there's like a human soul trapped inside this ring as well. It's my guess. And I imagine the Bloodbite Ring kind of like takes bleed and gives it to the soul that's trapped in there, which is pretty fucked up. And Ring of Sacrifice, I've already seen those. I'm actually gonna grab the Book of the Guilty. It's because it's fun to look at.
Thou art welcome any time. It is only human to commit a sin.
It's like the best laugh in the game. Let's see, he's got some kind of long sword and a fairy dagger. There it is. Ah, see, these are real sins. These aren't hackers. That's actually kind of cool. For once, it's legit. It used to be that like the top 50 were all like 999999999. If you go to if you look at it in Prepare to Die edition. Why you buy this? But yeah, that's cool. You can actually these are real people, not just random hackers putting in numbers. There's still hackers in the remaster, or at least less. Honestly, I'm not sure. When when it first came out, which is the only time that I really did any PvP or anything, it seemed pretty safe. It seemed pretty void of any kind of hackers. I'm pretty sure that isn't true these days, but it's nowhere near as ravaged as Prepare to Die is. You know what? We should go down this way. Revisit Firelink. Worth noting, you can summon 2 NPCs for that fight. You can summon Solaire and you can summon Lorethrough. Because you can summon them at the same time, a lot of people have mistaken Lorethrough in the past to be a warrior of sunlight, but he's not. You can very clearly see that he's a normal phantom, and if you only fight with him and not Solaire, you don't get sunlight medals. It's good. Neat. I can have a shield now. There he is.
Ah, hello there. I have your reward. Please, accept it.
Yeah, also because he gives you one here. That's led a lot of people to think that he's a warrior of sunlight, but he is not.
I am grateful to you for freeing me.
Teehee.
Not enough for you? Well, let's not be greedy now. By the Lords, your face. Your humanity is really slipping, but there are methods. Most fools have more humanity than they know what to do with. Now, who do you imagine will make the best use of it? You again. What is it? Our futures are murky. Let's not be too friendly now.
Indeed. Thanks, random person.
Why, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to make it. Oh, somebody rang the bell. Wait, was it you? You never give up, do you? I don't know how you do it. Well, don't stop now. Only one more. But it's going to be suicide.
You're trying to get this guy to move to your island.
Ah, your face. You're practically hollow.
Who, Crestfallen?
But who knows? Going hollow could solve quite a bit.
He's nice to have around because he's always there to greet people when they come visit.
What? Restoring your humanity? Well, there are a few ways to go about it. Collect it bit by bit from corpses. Or you can butter up a cleric and get yourself summoned. And the quickest way, although I'd never do it, is to kill a healthy undead and pillage its humanity. Coveting thy neighbor is only human, after all. What are you looking at? Don't try anything clever. You might regret it. Don't you ever think to forge your weapons? You'd better find a smith box soon, unless you enjoy swinging about with blunt instruments. What's wrong? Get a bit of a scare out there? No problem. Have a seat and get comfortable. We'll both be hollow before you know it.
Laugh sounds like Tommy Wiseau.
Well, what are you going to do? I've already decided. I don't really care. I'm simply crestfallen. How did that silly sorcerer's apprentice end up? You know, the one always prattling on about Master Logan. He left for the Undead Burg, but never came back. Serves him right. If even old Big Hat can't make it out there, what chance does he have? I hope he enjoys his new life as a hollow.
I didn't realize it gives you a hint about that.
What now? I'm not up for chatting. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. So Lautrec seems to encourage PvP. He wants you to go out and kill people and take their humanity. Crestfallen couldn't care either way. I wonder if I can wear my shirt again. Nah. Dang. Not even gloves. NSFW stream. You're into some weird shit, Matt. Alright. Now we're gonna go rummage about in the woods. Ugh. Big boy. So officially that's called a Prowling Demon, also known as a Titanite Demon. See if I can get a good look at him. See, he's missing a head, but his head also seems to be like a tablet, like a slab with etchings on it. I don't know, he's an odd one. Treeman. It's worth noting, when we come down here, suddenly the sun, you can almost think it looks more like a moon. And everything's darker. And it actually seems like it's nighttime. Butterfly. Undergrowth. Try jumping off. Oh, I'm getting close. I don't remember the angle that you have to do it at. Whatever. Need key. Locked by some contraption. Wiggle. The one time they told the truth about an illusory wall. One and only time. Frog. I think it's interesting that some of these trees just seem to be totally alive. I think originally they were supposed to be able to attack you, because there are unused animations of them like lashing down with vines. That ended up being removed. Chop tree, make paper. Minecraft. This is actually one instance where I think throwing knives are quite useful. Because as you can see, there's a boy having a little nap. That was way too high. Close. Last one. I don't even know where that one went. Oh well. Bubbas. Don't do your magic thing. Alright. The stone golem armor and weapons are actually visually some of my favorite. Frogtown. Green Blossom. A minute jumping. Nope. Don't think there's anything over here. Okay. But we can see water. A lot of it. Not much else. In Minecraft, you need sugar cane to make idiot. to make idiot. Hell yeah. Minecraft tutorial: how to make idiot. Proud knight. I don't look that proud. MinecraftTutorial.com. Matt's favorite website. Oh, you sneaky bastard. He was trying to do his magic. These guys have the ability to use the scummiest spell in the game. Alright, what do we got here? Wolf Ring. Wolf Ring is a very, very cool item. And now we're going to start delving into a very interesting character. Boosts poise, which is actually pretty good for me right now. One of the special rings granted to the 4 Knights of Gwyn. The Wolf Ring belongs to Artorias the Abyss Walker. Artorias had an unbendable will of steel, and was unmatched with a great sword. So now I know that Gwyn had four knights that were part of his followers and pretty high in the ranks. Controller, please do not unplug self. There we go. Better. Bizarre. I want to get these guys to attack. Yeah, there you go. I rarely ever see them actually do stuff. Blech. Sorry. I used to think this was like one of the toughest ambushes in the game. It's really not bad at all. What we got over here? We got the Elite Knight set. Fan favorite set. Oh, hello. Don't use your scummy spells. Alright. Now we have free roam around here. Let's take a look at the armor. Elite Knight Helm. Helm of a nameless knight, perhaps an elite knight of Astora. Although he was loath to give up on his undead mission, he perished at the undead asylum and went hollow. So, obviously we know that Oscar didn't die here, he died in the asylum. I think this is just a gameplay consideration. To have the armor placed a little later on in the game. But my guess is they originally... If we skip forward a bit, there is... Later on you can encounter Oscar after he's hollowed. I feel like it would make more sense to make the Elite Knight armor drop off of him, considering it talks about him. But anyway, just to make that clear. It is talking about him, but that is not his corpse that we just picked it off of. Perhaps an Elite Knight of Astora based on the fire warding heraldic symbol on its blue surcoat. This armor's actually fucking sick. It's way too heavy for me to be wearing, but it looks awesome. Yeah, I'm fat rolling now. Can't even just wear the leggings, excuse me. Praise the sun? With enemy ahead? You know what? I should probably be human for this. Hold on, give me 1 minute. Let me make sure. Let me see here. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna want to do this in human form. Because of someone I can summon to help me. It's not that she's actually gonna be such a huge help. She may or may not. But, it's the only way I can continue her storyline later on. So we're gonna go in reverse hollowing. Might as well level up as well. Now we're a big muscle man. I'm just gonna run straight to that room. Are you still following me? What are you doing? Alright, there she is. Witch Beatrice. Hello. Got a pretty crazy looking staff. We're not gonna know much about her for a while, but I need to get her to help me in this fight for her to appear later on. Are you gonna path? There you go. Butterfly. Oh my god, Beatrice. Wrong item. Beatrice, you're gonna fucking kill me. Oh my god. Well, that was quick. I usually one cycle that boss. Alright, later, Beatrice. Bye. Okay, what did we get? We got the soul. Soul of the Moonlight Butterfly. The mystical moonlight butterfly which flitters in the dark root garden. Special beings have special souls. The butterfly's soul is a creation of Seath the Scaleless. If you remember, Seath was one of the 4 characters introduced in the intro video. Used to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. He was the dragon with no scales who betrayed the other dragons and helped Gwyn finish out the war. We don't know yet exactly how he betrayed the dragons. Statue ahead. Try headshots. Oh no. Watchtower basement key, Divine Ember, and a Homer bone. So, it's kind of a weird mechanic. There are these statues of Andre throughout the game. Another reason why I think he was originally supposed to be a much more important character, but I think in the final version of the game, they're supposed to just be either petrified smiths of just whoever, or just indicators of special embers, because they're always carrying different embers for upgrade paths. So this one was carrying the Divine Ember. Ember required for weapon ascension. Divine Embers are property of the Church and intended for divine blacksmiths. Divine weapons are for undead hunting, used against undead and the pawns of necromancers. And then he also had Watchtower basement key. Key to the basement of the Watchtower in the Undead Burg. The basement of the Watchtower forms a stone cell. There are rumors of a hero turned hollow who was locked away by a dear friend. For his own good, of course. We'll read into that more later. Think there's anything else I want to read? Yeah, the other thing is just a Homer bone. Which I guess I could use just to save some time, but yeah. I like these weird little white particles. But yeah, very interesting that we appear to be under moonlight and it's nighttime now. Even though it was daytime, not moments before we came down here. You know what, I will use a bone. Get out of here quicker. Alright, now we're gonna head off this way. Trying to debate. I think it's interesting that you can hear heavy breathing, but it doesn't appear to... I mean, maybe it's coming from the player character, but it's not clearly coming from anywhere. A forested area up that way. Maybe a lake over there, river or something. That is the Undead Berg. That right there is where we fought the Taurus demon. That's the staircase with the flaming barrel. Yeah. And this was that winding path down below that I kept mentioning when I looked down the valley. Lorethrough Basin. Useful stuff, good armor set, and a bow. Do a Luigi playthrough. I'll do that when I unlock Luigi, Matt. It's a Hydra. Surge Rush. And some crystal golems. 4 of them. You can only easily spot one here. We're not gonna go that way yet. That is the bridge with the Hellkite Drake, colloquially known as the Hellkite Bridge. That's Undead Parish. That way is Undead Berg. Tower. That tower that we could not access before the Taurus fight. Yeah, I know, right, Matt? Boy. Peekaboo. This kind of goes back in. Alright, let's hope I don't fuck this up. There you go. Havel's Ring. One of my favorite rings in the game. This ring was named after Havel the Rock, Lord Gwyn's old battlefield compatriot. Havel's men wore the ring to express faith in their leader and to carry a heavier load. This implies that we did not just kill the actual Havel, just one of his soldiers. But also, he might be Havel. It's weird. It may or may not be Havel. Anyway, I wear. And now I should be able to wear some armor. There you go. That works for me. And now we're back on the bird. Here we are. Down there is where I fought the Black Knight earlier. There's the Hellkite Bridge. Pretty neat. I'm gonna go back down this way for a sec. Some other stuff I want to explore. Damn, we didn't get his weapon. Arguably the best weapon in the game right there. It's the weapon most used in speedruns. And the Grass Crest shield, which is one of my favorite shields. Old medium metal shield of unknown origin. Grass Crest is lightly imbued with magic, which slightly speeds stamina. Really nice. Really, really nice. And then I also got a blue Titanite chunk. Has powerful magic energy. The discovery of chunks. Okay. Nothing new there, really. It's for magic, weapon ascension. Oh, you know what? Before I go down this elevator, there's one thing I want to point out. you look down into the basin, you'll notice that we can see what appears to be some water, but also perhaps buildings. But it also just kind of looks like it just goes into, like, pitch black. Like, it just keeps going down. I guess I can't really zoom in on it, but it looks like there's some kind of pitch black entity down there. Could just be depth. Don't believe it's water. And it just kind of goes till we can't even see where it ends. Valley of Drakes. Alright. Alright, maybe I won't try to kill you. Yeah, forget that. We're gonna ignore these fellas for now. If you remember way back at the beginning of the game when I looked down and said it looked like there was actually a path down in the valley that you could walk across? Oh, gross, it's cat. Where's Terraria? True. You'll notice that looking into what looks like used to be an entrance into the mountainside that goes to the Darkroot Basin, it's pitch black there as well. Hopefully I'll be able to show it to you guys later, but if you walk up close to the rubble, you actually get a visual and audio effect that is similar to some other areas. But we'll talk more about that way down the line. Okay, we're not going to go super far in here, but we're going to go in a little bit to get an item, a certain item. Blighttown. So this is the back entrance to Blighttown. But don't worry, we're not gonna barge head first in. We're gonna grab this key here, key to New Londo Ruins, and turn back. We'll be exploring this area much later on. Cat, that's messed up. Used key to New Londo Ruins. And here we are. All the way back at the beginning of the game. Actually surprised Electric was still here. Alright. I think now I could keep pumping these. I could put some points in vitality. I don't know how much I care. I eventually want to put points in intelligence and faith just to show off some spells and miracles, but I don't know if I really care about that right now either. Probably I just keep boosting my damage. Not what I said. Okay. What do you think about what my next move is gonna be? Probably time to go to the lower berg. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Petrus. Ooh. Ooh, hold up. Notice after ringing that first bell of awakening, we might notice something different. Also, there's no sword in this one, but here's that same woman holding a baby. Okay. What's the fastest way to the lower berg? Probably this way. Guess either way works. Oh, baller shield, you say? That's a nice shield. Not super common either. Balls for shield. Basically. I think I'm gonna trigger Hellkite somewhere here. For where the Is that far enough? I don't know. We'll go for the thing here. Oh yeah, there's Hellkite. There's Hellkite. Ow! We can try for the tail cut again. Oh, this is gonna outright kill me. Bruh. Oh, got him. Bye, Hellkite. Deb. A lot of souls. Let's see. Big sword. This sword, one of the rare dragon weapons, is formed by a drake's tail. Drakes are seen as undeveloped imitators of the dragons, but in they are likely their distant kin. Weird wording. The sword is imbued with a mystical power to be released when held with both hands. Try holding with both hands. Alright. Basement key. Where be dog? There be dog. Hi dog. Hi dog. That's a female corpse. I think anytime you get anytime you get a Firekeeper soul off a corpse, it's a female corpse. But the same is true for for twin humanities as well, which is tad morbid. Why a woman would have two humanity instead of one?
Somebody, please let me out of here. Somebody, anybody, help me. Unlock the door. Damn, I'm finished. How did this ever happen?
Damn, guess he's dead. Hey.
Brilliant. You opened the door for me. Thank you. I'm saved. I thought I might never escape. I am Griggs of Vinheim, a sorcerer of the school. I am much obliged for your assistance. Thanks to you, I may now resume my travels. Oh, hello. I'm fine. I will rest a while, then return to Firelink Shrine. I have my sorcery, and I will be more cautious next time. Besides, I have an important task at hand. Oh, hello. I have my... Besides...
Okay. Buddy. Why you got a corpse in here? With sorcerer gear?
Oh, hello. I'm fine.
A little sketch, dude. A little sketch. Not a female corpse. Cat is a liar. You know what? Before I go down further, there's a gate up here I can unlock. Mysterious. Dang. Super cool. Alright, this just goes back to the upper berg. The little bridge with the firebomb boys. That over there is the bonfire under the bridge. Are they gonna pass down here? Okay. No, I guess not. Alright, for my own sake. Yep. The heck? Oh, what the heck? Ow. Cool house. Alright, that's a little ambush, but I like to just clear them out beforehand. Ooh, I got their hood, which is like one of the coolest hoods in the game. Mailbreaker. Yeah, I'm a cheater. Hollow Thief's hood. Hood worn by hollow thieves, used to hide a guilty countenance. It looks really cool. It makes you look edgy. And then, what was it? The Mailbreaker. Standard small thrusting sword, unsharpened but pointed solid shaft, can pierce through armor. Can be thrust using the weight of one's body, and it's very effective for critical attacks. Okie doke. Doggy. Come here, doggy. Oh, I got another one. Dang. Pretty rare. the thief set. Very nice. That's some good shit. Thief mask. Mask of sinners. They hide their faces, stifle their voices, and hide in the shadows. It does not provide much in the way of defense. Black leather armor. This armor, made of smooth black leather, is extremely quiet. A good thing for those who hide in the shadows. The leather itself is thick, offering a decent level of protection. I think that's basically what all the armor says. Who's this? Oh god. Italo Disco. Hey, Obo. Slept? Very nice. We're much further into the game now, but I'm gonna save the VODs, so if you want to go back and watch stuff, you can. It's locked. Yep, this is the final level.
You still have your senses about you. Then why won't you buy some of my moss?
My boy, Italo Disco.
Your souls. Really? Really? This is a wonderful place, don't you think? We have water, moss, moisture, these nice iron bars. I like it here, I really do. Nothing good ever happened to me in life, but now that I'm undead, I've never been happier. You've come to this land at a bad time. There are nothing but hollows in these parts, save for me, of course. You're undead too, aren't you? You be careful then. Go down along the side to reach the depths of the Undead Berg. Only unkempt crooks and liars to be found there. Hardly a place for a lady like myself. But who knows? Maybe you'd fit right in. You've come to this land.
What do you sell? You sell moss, and moss, and moss, and poison throwing knives, your own shit, some skulls, yeah. Pretty cool.
Drat! What a humdrum lad you are.
That's me. Real humdrum. You kiss her, cat. This goes all the way back to the aqueducts. Back to Firelight. And there's Griggs. I don't know how he got here before me, but he did. Oh, controller, please work. Alright, that was weird. I got his pants. Do I start putting points in vitality now? No. I suppose.
Oh, hello. I regret meeting you under such compromising circumstances. At least we both made it back unscathed. Incidentally, would you care to learn any sorceries? You're clearly talented, and besides, I owe you. Of course, we will require some materials, but I'm happy to teach you some elementary spells. Are you interested?
Yeah.
Splendid. Very well. I am pleased to have a chance to give something back. Well then, let's get started straight away.
So, if I'm not mistaken, you have to have a certain level of intelligence in order for Griggs to offer to teach you. And if you don't have enough intelligence, he basically says, sorcery's not for everyone. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Have you heard of Big Hat Logan? Master Logan is a great sorcerer and my teacher. Both of us came to this land as undead. But one day, he departed, leaving only a note. I suppose he wished to keep me out of harm's way. But where does that leave me? I have dedicated myself to sorcery, but Master Logan could find no use for me. Yes. The note that Master Logan left. It only said he would travel to Anolondo by way of Sen's fortress. I can only guess that he seeks the regal archives. For Master Logan is a tireless pursuer of wisdom. Wisdom trumps all. Everything else is hogwash. When the curse turned him undead, I'm certain that he only felt it was the perfect chance to visit this land. I only wish that I had his courage. 2 things are required for sorcery. First, you must equip a wand. Second, you must attune a sorcery. Then you will be ready to fire away. Oh, and don't forget to aim. 2 things are...
Alright. Okay, he sells some interesting sorceries, such as fall control. Sorcery developed by a certain surreptitious sorcerer at Vinheim Dragon School. Reduce damage and noise from fall. This sorcery, along with Hush, explains the extravagant cost of hiring Vinheim spooks. So, Vinheim apparently has spies and perhaps assassins for hire. Interesting. Magic Swordsman of Vinheim, predicated upon this in Magic Shield. Many warriors learn sorcery just for this. Oral decoy. Oral. Sorcery used by playful sorcerers. Lure enemies away by creating a sound originating in the distance. This spell is not the first choice for serious sorcerers, but it has a surprising amount of applications, some of them extremely effective. Okay. Bellowing Dragon Crest Ring. A special ring granted to only the most accomplished sorcerers at Vinheim Dragon School. The ring is engraved with an everlasting dragon and boosts the strength of sorceries. Lingering Dragon Crest Ring. The ring is engraved with the Lingering Dragon and boosts the length of the effects of sorceries. Only granted to the most accomplished sorcerers. So I'm not sure. That doesn't necessarily mean Griggs is one of those. He might be. But there's already some weird stuff about him. One, we found him trapped in a room with a corpse that was, like, stuffed into a barrel. 2... Okay. 2, he sells... he sells a spell that's associated with, like, secrecy and spies and assassins. Yeah. This is kind of weird. And 3, he has these rings I guess he was traveling with Logan, so maybe he is of pretty high renown. But it's really hard to say. Really quite hard to say.
Have you been to the ruins of New Londo below? Just head down the stairs and take the lift. It's certainly worth a visit. It was once an undead city. You may find a clue or two, unless the ghosts find you first. How did that nutty sorcerer make it back? Unexpected. But I suppose stranger things have happened. Oh, have you seen that terribly morose lass? The Fire Keeper. She's stuck keeping that bonfire lit. Sad, really. She's mute and bound to this forsaken place. They probably cut her tongue out back in her village, so that she'd never say any god's name in vain. How do these martyrs keep chugging along? I'd peter out in an instant.
Tommy laugh.
Hmm? What now? I'm not up for chatting. Leave me alone.
Okay. The morose lass. Apparently her tongue was cut out. We don't know by who yet. Then you got Griggs. Petrus is still hanging out up here. His buddies haven't arrived yet. Let's see. I'll just show you my bonfire if you show me yours. Oh, dang. Word. So there's a couple places I could go right now. I'm also getting pretty tired and I have to do my laundry tonight. And I have to go to bed very early because I have work at 6 a.m. I don't have to leave at 6, I have to be at work at 6. So I think I'm gonna go to a secret location, do that, and then call it for this session. Now that I have this elevator lift, we can get off here and do some fucking parkour. We're actually gonna need to grab this Undead Asylum floor 2 west key. Word. Also, fun fact, you can attack that bird, it won't react until it gets down to like half health or something, and it'll just fly away. Come back later with full health. Curl up like a ball. Wow. Don't mind me, I'm just an egg. Baby ball. Not a baby. Secret egg. And we're back at the asylum. things are a little different. They're a little different here now. I would like to think that some of the prisoners started making it out, which is why there are undead scattered around now. They followed suit when you got out. Good job. There he is. Good old Oscar. Press shield. Shield of a nameless knight, likely a high-ranked knight of Astora. One of the enchanted blue shields. The crest shield greatly reduces magic damage. Neat. Poor Oscar. Forgot that they tried to get you with that a second time. I would kiss Goku if he came over. I feel like my lips might burn off from the sheer power like radiating from his skin. Now there are two boy. And now we can open this. We got the west key. Rusted iron ring. This iron ring was used to shackle the guilty. It is terribly rusted and faintly stained with blood. Those who find this strange ring to their liking will be pleased to find it easier to gain footing on poor ground, such as swamps. I like that ring for specifically one area. And that's it. Maybe two, I guess. Right, we're gonna go down and around, because I think it's cooler to do it that way. Hobo's a cop. Your microwave just set your food to cook for a minute and 78 seconds? On its own? Hobo, you gotta get out of there. It's watching you. We can actually go all the way back to our own cell from the beginning of the game. But for some reason, there's a Black Knight. Like, seemingly guarding it. I don't even know if Black Knights are able to really consciously, like, guard something. I don't know. Titanite chunk. Peculiar doll. A strange doll in strange dress. There once was an abomination who had no place in this world. She clutched this doll tightly and eventually was drawn into a cold and lonely painted world. Weird fucking item. This dude's still hanging out, but now he's just kind of standing still. He's not patrolling. None of that hit me. I always liked how this enemy was positioned. Oh my god. Nothing else really to see here. Yep, this is the final boss. This is it. It's the end of the playthrough. Titanite slab. And humanity. A little weird to me. Super thick. Titanite slab for weapon reinforcement. Legendary slabs were the domain of the gods. Legendary slabs are the heirlooms of a nameless blacksmith deity who forged the weapons of other gods. Weapons forged with this slab became rare legendary weapons. Oops. Now I know of a blacksmith deity who doesn't appear to have a name. Alright. Now we're done with the asylum. I'm gonna take these 20k souls over to Andre and buy that key. Ui. Alright. Now let me go visit Andre.
My, that's a rare ember you have there. I've seen one of those before. It's the ember of a divine blacksmith. Might you consider leaving that with me? I could produce divine weapons with a flame such as that.
Yeah, okay.
Well, thanks for that. You've made a fine decision. You soon shall see.
Controller? Hello? That was weird.
This is the old church. It was abandoned in favor of the church that you passed through. There are paths leading from here to two forbidden plains, Sen's Fortress and the Darkroot Garden. They attract all sorts of lunatics, no one as cultured as yourself. It's fine to be undead, but keep a level head, eh? Sen's Fortress is an old proving grounds built by the ancient gods. It is the only route leading to the great Anor Londo. Of course, most fools can't even find their way into that fortified death trap. But they won't stop trying. Take that bumbling Sir Onion.
Can't believe he's making fun of my onion friend.
I know little of the Darkroot Garden, although I've heard rumors of a divine blacksmith who resides there. Those who get stumped in the catacombs seek him for divine weapons. I know little.
Alright. We're gonna buy the Crest of Artorias. There you go. I guess we'll also get a Smith box. Sure.
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
There is no voice commands are strictly for multiplayer games, Hobo. Also, it would be in the title. There was one. Alright, I'm just gonna go back to Firelink and rest there, and I think I'm gonna end it there for today. Because I've been doing this for almost 6 hours, and I'm pretty tired, and I gotta do laundry and go to bed early. So... Next time we're gonna go down back to the lower Undead Berg and start going even further down. We're gonna make our way to the second Bell of Awakening. But that's all for now. I hope this is at least somewhat enjoyable for you guys, just for me like read shit and talk about the game. Let me see if there's anybody for me to send you guys to. Hi, Furry. My God, Furry, what are you doing? I could send you guys over to Beeb. Let's do that. Why not? He's playing Sea of Thieves. Alright. Later, guys. Have a good one. I do have work tomorrow. But I should be able to stream in the afternoon. Alright, later.